It's time. We are finally live. Welcome, everybody, to the Robot Rampage League. We are on to week 6 already. Feels like the season has already been flying by. We've just absolutely been cranking out these fights for you guys. So, how is everybody doing today? We doing good? I see Katie, Cora, Razor259. Yes. I would say it is just me, but I do actually kind of have a co-host this time. I have Robot Combat Fox. Only problem is she only speaks in swearing, so her headset's muted, so she's not going to be doing a whole lot. But I'm technically not alone this time, not soloing entirely. I'm also seeing, it also looks like the chat's not working. Let me see if I can actually get that to work. Aha, there we go. I somehow fixed it. Cool. Right, well, we have some things to go over for this week. So, our feature match for this week is also the same our feature fight is going to be in. Our first match of the stream is going to be the Tennessean Syndicate up against the Levantine Alliance. Tennessee is currently 4th in Division 2 with 41 points, and Levantine's 2nd but only with 43. They're only 2 points behind each other, and now they got to fight. This could be really fun. And it's especially going to come down to the middleweight matchup. It's going to be Exceptionally Gifted up against Rosewater. Rosewater is still currently undefeated, and Exceptionally Gifted only just lost. So, I think we're going to have a little bit of fun with that. And then, probably one of my favorite fights, something I'm looking forward to, is we're going to have some multi-bot mayhem. We finally get another multi-bot match. We're going to have Dunning and Kruger up against 4 90, and I think it's match 6 or 7 or so. That'll be fun. Panda t-shirt. Yes, I have a big Jiggly Panda t-shirt. Like the one YouTuber merch I've ever bought. Also because he's cool. Alright, well, how about we go over what happened last week? Since it was a very interesting week last week. So here are your judges' decisions results. As you can see, Monk Eat Banan had a bad time against Sharpsnout, did not score very much. For once, Al Mudamir actually won a judge's decision. This is the 4th time it's been to a judge's decision this season, in a row, by the way, but it won this time. So that was interesting. Otherwise, pretty standard stuff all around. Some of these fights were relatively obvious who won, but we just needed official scores. Standings time. So as you can see here, there wasn't much movement in Division 1, even with the Colliers winning their first match of the season. They only jumped 2 spots and are still pretty far behind the Commandos, so we'll see how much their division moves around over the weeks. I think it's going to be a big stalemate unless like one of those teams gets a huge shutout for 1 week. Division 2 is kind of the same boat because the top 4, all the playoff spots, are within 4 points of each other and are way ahead of 5th place. So even though it's obviously going to change with Levantine taking on the Syndicate, that's still not great. And even, especially, it might change because the Pulsars in Division 1 are taking on Heavy Metal this week, so we'll see what happens there. Oh yes, I see Razor pointed out. The Rebels, they jumped up 2 spots because they had a perfect week last week, so they doubled their points in 1 week. Hilarious. Divisions 3 and 4, on the other hand, are a bit of a mess. So No Beanie Robotics, who you might notice is in 3rd in Division 3 right now, they were in 7th last week. And then they scored a perfect week and are now tied for 2nd place. That's kind of insane. Wiltshire obviously jumped up a bit. NYC dropped massively after their fight, but I think that division's probably going to be the most competitive this season, especially going forward, because like all those teams are still actually pretty competitive. Like the Hellrazers can still be pretty competitive at times. They're just not getting the wins right now. Division 4, there wasn't much movement in the top 3, but Team Permanganate, I believe, actually got their first match win, so they jumped up a spot. C4 Circus rebounded after their big loss. The lads are down in 6th. I was expecting them to be fighting for the top spot, and they're almost in the basement. That's kind of alarming. Very interesting stuff. Welcome, Tara. I'm glad you finally made one of the streams. I think some schools will be closing due to the heat. Oh yeah, I've heard it's been like really hot over in the UK lately. I mean, as somebody who's like, it's usually like well over 30 degrees Celsius here where I live. I just kind of deal with it. But we also have AC indoors, which, from what I've heard, a lot of places in the UK don't have. So, fair enough. Right. Well, I think it's time for us to get into some robot combat action. But first, as always, we must thank our Patreon stream sponsors. This is a $10 tier on Patreon where you can be a sponsor of the stream because you guys are literally helping us pay to keep the internet on and keep the lights on and everything, and we cannot thank you enough to do it. It comes out to roughly about $250 a stream since we're doing 4 streams a month. So that's another option in case you don't want to do super chats every week or anything. It's another option if you would like to support us. And the gold tier ones in particular are the $15 tier where they get to see what actual IRL robots we're making, which we might be having an update soon on one of them because Mike is preparing something for RoboNerd. Yes, let us get into the action. Starting off with the feature match already. Gonna be an absolute bloodbath to start off this week. Alright. Not Robot Wars. That's a dumb arena. Okay. So as always, Tennessee and Syndicate. They will be taking on Levantine. I caused all the draws in Division 4 this quarter. Yeah, you've had, I think, the most recent draws and everything. It's absolute chaotic. The weather's set to be cooler on Wednesday. I'm fine with this because on Wednesday I'm going bowling, says Helen. Ooh, I was actually just bowling yesterday. That's kind of cool. I hope you either do well or enjoy yourself. So, we start, as always, with Whammy. It is a sit-and spinner coming in for Syndicate. It has 2 kind of fork spike setups on either side. Sits and spins in place. Pretty straightforward, pretty effective. Speaking of very effective, Levantine comes in with VSSV. It is a very standard vertical spinner with 4 iron spikes on there, 2 very long stabilizing extenders, but it is the most efficient robot in here by far. It just goes in, it wins, and it leaves. That's all it does. Even though it lost last week, it's the most straightforward KO machine there is. So, what are your predictions, chat? Seen a couple for Whammy. Yeah, it could be dependent on which direction Whammy spins, says Core. Yeah, that's actually a good point, because even though VSSV is a vert, it is angled at, I believe, 20 degrees. So it does have a little bit more protection on that side, defending against the motor, so we shall see. Yeah, chat seems kind of split, specifically on what Whammy does, so let's see if Whammy can take out the efficient vert. Alright, they meet in the middle, and Whammy is definitely getting some hits on the right side stabilizing extender. It appears to be low enough to actually keep VSSV at bay. I don't think it's taken too many hits from the vert so far. Well, took one there, but at least that was weapon to weapon. Ooh, and it has knocked VSSV over and removed a stabilizer. However, well, not only has VSSV gotten back up, but VSSV can be very dangerous just inverted, just hitting stuff from the top like this. Whammy has to be very careful to keep going at it here. Although it is stuck against the wall now. VSSV's definitely on the back foot here. Ooh, some motor is smoking now. I'm not sure what kind of hits it's actually been getting on Whammy so far. I don't think it's caught any of the extender. Ooh, and Whammy has gotten the vert off of VSSV. And physics has decided that that's not acceptable. So, here at the Robot Rampage League, when stuff like that happens, we restart the fight because it influences the outcome of the fight. We cap all restarts at 5 each because we don't really have time to do this constantly, and if it goes past that, we will take it off stream. Ooh, but this time, VSSV has gotten Whammy stopped and is just kind of holding it in place, doing a bit of grinding damage. Very different strategy than what happened last time. VSSV was able to get in close. Although, they're going to have an issue breaking the count here because they are actually jammed to... Oh, okay, never mind, I got free of it. Whammy's still back up to speed, but has taken a lot of chassis damage to the front already. Although VSSV has lost one of its stabilizers, but it did get a shot on Whammy's wheel while it was up against the wall. Ooh, and there goes the other stabilizer off VSSV. Whammy still has to be very careful not to get KO'd here. Try to maximize points, maybe get 3 if it can get a KO on VSSV once it is more stable. There goes the weapon motor off of VSSV, so now it is just a box. And now we're on control board hits. 2 already. And that is the knockout in 63 seconds. Whammy does not care that VSSV is one of the most efficient lightweights. It's going right in, getting Syndicate 3 points to start this match. Whammy showing how it got its name, says Tara. Yes, very clean and efficient whams there. Now we move on to our featured fight of the stream. Kicking things off real quick this week. Wow, Whammy never even lost a spike successor. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. I think kind of glancing to the side of VSSV spinner is what gave her a big edge there. Alright, well, middleweight time. The Tennessean Syndicate comes into the middleweights with Exceptionally Gifted. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads and 2 little spike strips off to the side. It is by far the most damaging middleweight. I think it has almost 40,000 damage points at this point, which is like 7,000 more than anything even close to that division. Very clean and effective robot. The Levantine Alliance has Rosewater. It is a very unique weapon setup. It is a dual rear hinge flipper, which pure flippers as we call them, because there's no damaging components on the flippers, and it has a piston poking spike in the middle. Very interesting weapon combination that's done very well. It's undefeated right now and has gotten mostly KOs. It's a very efficient robot. So, what are our predictions here, chat? Poker scares me, says Mighty Hydra. Yeah, that poker has been Rosewater's main go-to, just getting stuff unbalanced with the flippers and going in with the piston. So, seems kind of mixed so far. Katie's like, we need a sludge fest. The difference is Exceptionally does not have the high power drive motors, so it's a little more tactical than, let's say, Sludge was. So, we'll see if Exceptionally Gifted has the tactics to defeat Rosewater here. Let's find out. Ooh, Exceptionally was able to back off from the initial charge of Rosewater and not get flipped right away. Now it is grinding to the side of Rosewater, which is a very large robot. Although Rosewater is definitely getting that piston poker in there now that Exceptionally is off balance. Ooh, but Exceptionally has gotten under the flipping arms, at least briefly, on Rosewater, and Rosewater was able to flip itself over. Okay, that was very interesting. Now Exceptionally is going at the wheels. Exceptionally's game plan is generally this season has been being very patient, just trying to wear down their opponent, damage their weapons, then go in for the kill afterwards. And I think that might be the strategy here now that Rosewater is inverted. Ooh, another big shot to the wheel. Already a minute in, Rosewater is now struggling to really get that piston poker into place because it's inverted. And because of how short those flipping arms are, I don't believe Rosewater can self-right on its own. It's going to have to rely on Exceptionally giving it a hand here, although I do believe... Oh, no, they were briefly pinned. Ooh, and Rosewater's gotten Exceptionally into the grinder. That right rear wheel has definitely taken some grinder damage. Now Exceptionally has taken Rosewater to the grinder and taken off its right side wheel in return. And it looks like both of the flipping panels have come off. Oh, and there goes the last remaining wheel. So that is going to be it for Rosewater, but it's Exceptionally going to try to get the 3 points here. If this is a KO for Exceptionally Gifted, that'll at least prevent Syndicate from losing the match. Be very instrumental in this Division 2 matchup. Although it looks like it's just going to take the TKO. Very clean and efficient from Exceptionally Gifted once again, as you would expect from the mob. 126 seconds. All right. And that is Rosewater's first loss of the season. I believe we only have 2, maybe 3 undefeated middleweights remaining, which we will get to them later in the stream. Another undefeated bot falls. Yeah, last week was brutal for the undefeated robots. We had Exceptionally Gifted took its first loss. Aqua Dementia took its first loss. Voidwalker too. That was insane. Welcome Me57 to the stream. Or rather early, considering your matches in the second half. Alright. It is time for the heavyweights. The Syndicate comes in with Relentless Heartburn. It is a 4-wheel drive vertical spinner. Another very clean and efficient robot. That's something that you would want for the Mafia. The Levantine Alliance comes in with the DSL legend himself, Al Mudamir. It is a big overhead horizontal spinner with some legends at the front. Tends to draw fights out to decisions, which has sealed, I think, 3 or 4 match wins in a row for Levantine, so it's been very efficient. But they need something a little bit more than that since they're down 5-0 right now. What does chat think here? A lot of people seem to be going for Relentless Heartburn. It's been a very clean and efficient robot. It is also undefeated 5-0 right now. I think it lost its KO streak, so it's only at 4 KOs. But we'll see if they can get the ground game over Al Mudamir, because even though Al Mudamir is pretty slow, it just sits under robots and draws fights out. So we'll see if they can do anything here. See if Levantine can get back in the match. So they go weapon to weapon to start off. Can't really tell who's... Well, it looks like Relentless Heartburn is getting the edge right now because it's gotten to the side of Al Mudamir and is popping it in the air. However, Al Mudamir has taken off the right side disc of Relentless Heartburn. That's going to be huge if it can get the rest of those spike clubs into the other disc. Although Al Mudamir has lost half of its weaponry on its spinner. Oh, and it's now lost another one. Relentless Heartburn is relentlessly going at the front of Al Mudamir, but it's down on its weapon power, so it's not quite as effective. Although it's definitely winning the ground game right now. And and that is the last remaining damaging component on Al Mudamir's spinner. So now Al Mudamir is just a wedge, and it's using its wedge very efficiently, pushing Relentless Heartburn over into the grinder. That definitely did some damage to the backside of Relentless Heartburn. Very interesting how this fight's gone so far. There appears to be a count right now, and I'm not sure Relentless Heartburn's on the floor to break it. It's not. So unfortunately, because that is a pin, that is also a restart. The pin restarts apply to the same rules as the physics restarts. So, take number 2. Ooh, but this time Al Mudamir wins the ground game. Relentless Heartburn went right up that wedge. However, it has now been able to get back down and is going at that weapon on Al Mudamir. Already taken off some of the spike clubs on it. Ooh, that was a very interesting collision there. Both robots almost fell over. Now, Relentless Heartburn has lost that right side disc yet again, but is still taking apart the spinner on Al Mudamir. It's going to be very hard for Al Mudamir to get anything here. It's really its only shot is to maybe tip Relentless Heartburn over and go for a TKO or something, or maybe get Heartburn into the grinder for a KO. Break the pin. Go back at it. Ooh, I believe that is the motor. Oh no! Relentless Heartburn has lost its other spinner. And Al Mudamir lost its damaging components on its spinner, so they are both weaponless. Oh no. It is now definitely a pushing game, and Relentless Heartburn has the wedge and the drive power to make it work. It's going to be very hard for either robot to incapacitate the other at this point in the fight. Although, ooh no, Al-Mudamir was pushed into the grinder, but that disc that has been removed from Relentless Heartburn blocked it from taking any damage. We are now halfway through the fight. This is going to be very interesting. Al-Mudamir is still trying to use the remaining extender on its spinner to maybe get a little bit of aggression points, still trying to use the weapon, but Relentless Heartburn is shoving him into the grinder in kind. Ooh, big collision there. I could have very easily flipped one of them over. Under a minute left. Oh, this could be interesting. Relentless Heartburn briefly got Al-Mudamir stuck on its dissected spinning disc. However, it was able to get free in the end. Only 30 seconds left, and doesn't look like there's much these two robots can do to each other so far. Kind of in a little bit of a microwave at the end of this fight here, but doesn't look like it's going to matter in the end, because that is a judge's decision. I also believe that is the first time Relentless Heartburn has been taken to a decision so far. It's the first time it's gone the full 3 minutes, so that's very interesting. That's not the right damage total. Also interesting that Al-Mudamir is the one who got the most damage points there. So that could actually be a reasonably close decision, depending on how the judges view the aggression and strategy. So, should also note the categories for judging in the RRL is damage, control, strategy, aggression, and spectacle for whoever the judge feels put on the best show in the match or in the fight. So, all of them have 6 points each, except for spectacle, which is only 1. So, is this JD number 5 for Al-Mudamir now? Ask Razor. Yes. That is also the 5th consecutive decision for Al-Mudamir. Looking pretty good, because I had on my bingo board, one of them was a robot goes to more decisions than it wins fights. I think Al-Mudamir might be that robot for me this season. Right, so that has sealed the match for Tennessee and Syndicate. Levantine can get no more than 3, maybe 4 points here, so let's see what the Super Heavyweights bring us. Syndicate has one father. It is a rotator-esque horizontal spinner, 1 bar down low, 1 disc down low, 1 disc up high, lots of ram plates and defensive features around it. Can be a very defensive robot, but its maneuverability is a little questionable with its drive power. Levantine Alliance has Anthracite. It is a scorpion-esque side axe and overhead scorpion-tailed robot. Very destructive. I think it's one of the more destructive robots this season. Let me check where it's at, actually, in all of the Super Heavies. It's probably been like the next leading scorer on Levantine this season. So where are you at? I know how this works. Yeah, Anthracite is right now 2nd most damaging Super Heavyweight, so that's very impressive. So we'll see if it can keep up its destructive ways here, get some points back. See a lot of people going for the Scorpion. Strategy depends on the first 2 bots winning, says Hex. Yes. Levantine's strategy this whole season's been VSSV and Rosewater getting those wins, and they both lost, so could be revealing the strategy to other teams, see if they can win the first 2 fights against Levantine and maybe get some points on them. So let's find out how this match concludes. Ooh, Anthracite going right in at the first spinner on one father. Kind of seems to be going underneath it, but that Scorpion Tail is definitely getting into the ram plates and the defensive features, and now One Father swapped around to its rear spinner to try to take off the Scorpion Tail. Very clever strategy. It appears to have lost some of the damaging components on the undercutter, but it's using the... Oh, but the top disc has come off. It was not able to block the Scorpion Tail enough. So now One Father has to go with the undercutter, and Anthracite has a lot of wedging and defensive features in the front, but it does not care about One Father's defensive features, going right through it and taking a wheel off. Both spinners are off of it too. Man, this is just a mercy killing at this point. Anthracite is not happy watching its comrades fall. Although it has lost the Scorpion Tail now, so it is down a little bit on weapon. Ooh, and the left side axe is down on weaponry too. This could actually be very close. Although I think all of One Father's front defensive features are gone now. Ooh, that was interesting. Anthracite has kind of used the remaining parts of the Scorpion Tail to kind of pin One Father on its head for a second. We are halfway through this fight. One Father's definitely on the back foot right now, only having one-wheel drive. Does not look like Anthracite is able to put it away quite well. Looks like the... Oh no, its remaining side X has gotten control board hits now. It looked like it was briefly going underneath the chassis of One Father, but it's getting in there now. Trying to salvage some points in this match. Another control board hit. And that is the knockout. 118 seconds for Anthracite. That's going to be big for Levantine, keeping those points up. Sheesh, Anthracite. 13,000 damage points. Well, Syndicate has at least 5 points, and Levantine has 3, potentially another one thrown there depending on who wins the decision, so that is a win for Tennessee. However, those teams are only 2 points apart from each other, and they're only going to be maybe 2 or 3 points apart depending on how the decision goes, so not much changing in the standings again. But we are now on to our second match of the stream. It is going to be the Pinwheel Pulsars, number 2 in Division 1. And they will be taking on the number 1 in Division 2, Heavy Metal Robotics, one of my teams. They may be one of the highest total damage point matches ever, says Liam. I might have to go look at that. I think we have a stat for that. I think it was Team Smash, I believe, set that record last season. Where is it in here? Yeah, so the most damage points in a total match was Team Smash against the Kinetic Creatures last season, and it had a total of 66,000, so we can add that up and see if Syndicate and Levantine broke that. Right, anyway, lightweight time. The Pulsars come in with the absolutely terrifying Nightmare Fuel. It is a dual side axe robot, but instead of kind of going in sideways, it kind of shoots stuff out, kind of like those pinball bumpers in a way, kind of shooting stuff out. It's been very destructive so far. I believe it is the most damaging lightweight right now. Its opponent is one of the most damaging lightweights of last season, Voidwalker. It is a big horizontal overhead spinner with 3 axes on the side. A very clean, efficient KO machine. I believe between this season and last season, I don't think it's ever won any other fight by KO. Like, all of its wins are by KO. So this is going to be a death match and a half. Liam points out that Syndicate and Levantine are tied at 46. Yes, it depends on where that judge's decision goes to break that tie. KJ not believing his team is going to win this match. I'm not going to lie, KJ. I'm pretty confident you're going to sweep me this match. We'll find out. Exposed sides galore, says Corey. Yeah, we'll see. Chatsy is pretty split on who can win this, and honestly, so am I. Let's find out what the robots do. See who can take control of this match to start. Huge impact immediately from Nightmare Fuel. It's gotten Voidwalker stopped and has gotten at that right side wheel already. And already taken it off. Very quick and efficient. Oh, and now Voidwalker's kind of gotten stuck in between the spike strips as they're retracting, so now Nightmare Fuel is kind of giving it a very aggressive hug like it did with Dainsleif a couple weeks ago. Voidwalker just has nothing for Nightmare Fuel right now. Cannot get up to speed at all. Can't get away from it. It's gotten a couple hits on the right side pontoon, but it is now onto control board. It's going to have a tall order to try to get more in this fight. Oh, and that is the knockout in 45 seconds. Nightmare Fuel not messing around, going for that KO quickly. That's a very quick 3 points to the Pinwheel Pulsars. Yes, we are going to lose both teams. Yeah, I'm not at all confident in beating KJ at any point this season, so we'll see what the middleweights do for us. I was nervous because Voidwalker was the only Season 1 lightweight to beat Nightmare Fuel in testing. You say that, yet I have tested Nightmare Fuel in your team extensively, and I have never seen Voidwalker beat it once. So I knew that was happening 100%. So middleweight time, this could be more the same, honestly. The Pulsars have Vika, or Vika, or Vika. I don't actually remember how it's pronounced. I'll have to look it up sometime. It is a whipper. So instead of it has kind of side axes, but instead of them being on motors and going inwards, they're fixed kind of like this, and it goes back and forth, batting the opponent around, kind of just like slapping them back and forth. Very efficient KO machine as well, because it has, I believe, 16 iron spikes on it. Heavy Metal Robotics has Immortal Corruptor, which is a giant drizzle-esque vertical spinner. Lots of exposed chassis on the front and kind of on the sides, though, so if it can get Vika inverted, it has a good chance, but I don't know how it's going to go. Are Vika and Zika related? Not at all. Zika is named after a virus, and Vika is named after a Pokemon, which I have to look up how it's pronounced, because I've heard it pronounced as Vikavolt, Vikavolt, and Vikavolt, so oh, yes, 14 iron spikes. Sorry, KJ. Chat seems to be going for Vika, which makes sense. We'll see if Heavy Metal can get back in this match, though. They're already down 3 points. Beat right in the middle, and Immortal Corruptor's not quite able to get in there into the chassis of Vika. He's definitely been taking some shots to those kind of side pontoons and to the wheels. Ooh, and there goes the left side wheel already. Immortal Corruptor is already on the back foot here. Not really sure Immortal Corruptor's disc has gotten any hits on Vika so far. There was both of its wedgeless are off, and the last wheel is off. So the question now is Vika gonna take the easy TKO, or is it gonna go for the KO to prevent the Pulsars from losing this match? It has moved the Corruptor over to the corner, so I don't believe it's gonna go in here. It might. They're going to settle for the win right now. Okay. So that is a 71-second TKO for Vika and the Pulsars. Just like our first match, a KO in the lightweights and a TKO in the middleweights. Let's go up 5-0. Yes. Now it is time for our first multi-bot appearance of the stream. Feels like Corruptor losses because its AI wasn't aggressive enough. Yeah, but that's also what I get for not giving it on the AI. I mean, we gave it the basic vertical spinner AI and it wasn't going in, so whatever. They're trying to be a little more patient, trying to maybe wear Vika down a little bit. Alright, heavyweight time. The Pulsars come into the heavyweights with Leslie and Gale. Leslie is the big overhead spinner, kind of similar to Voidwalker, but with more weaponry on it. And Gale is a triple front hinge flipper with spike strips, so it's a very damaging robot. They are actually one of the more damaging heavyweights this season. They've been very effective. They're very effective so far. Heavy Metal comes into the heavyweights with Vacuity. It is a large, very defensive overhead axe. Kind of has more of a war pick style axe, but it really relies on the wheel guards and its front and rear defense to draw fights out. So, what are we thinking here, chat? Leslie is unhinged. Yeah, Leslie has just been on an absolute tear, just trying to kill anything and everything in sight, including Gale. So, friendly fire could very quickly catch up with Gale here. Although the main thing that for Vacuity is that it has pretty much defensive features all the way around, so unless it gets like turned over or something, it should be able to resist the dual attack at the same time. It just depends on how it can, it depends on who Vacuity goes for first, so we'll see. Yeah, chat seems mostly going for the multi-bots, but we'll see if they can overcome the defensive Vacuity. Vacuity a little unsure, but it's going for Leslie first and resisting the spinner already. Pinning Leslie into the grinder and just absolutely wailing on it, although now it has turned its back and Gale has snuck under those... Oh, it snuck under the pontoons and immediately ripped the axe off. So now Vacuity is weaponless, very typical for it, and ooh, it's actually turned the multibots against each other. It's pinning Leslie on the front of Gale. And Gale turns it over. What are you doing, dude? Oh no! So now Leslie is inverted, although because it is has lost some of the features on its spinner, it is a little unbalanced, could possibly self-right. Vacuity is shoving Gale around with its superior drive power right now. Kind of has these corner spikes on the pontoons that are probably digging into the side of Gale. I can see it actually there a little bit. It's gotten Gale over to a grinder now. Leslie's still flailing about on the side. Gale has now only just been able to get under Vacuity, but Vacuity's wheels are still on the ground, and it has more drive power than the smaller robot for sure. Up the brief pin there. Vacuity now runs Gale into its incapacitated partner. Minute and a half left. We'll see if the multibots can finish off the larger robot right now. Gale's having a very difficult time getting under Vacuity. Maybe trying to stall this out, go for a decision actually, because that would seal the match for the Pulsars for sure. Although it is now wedged under Vacuity and has its wheels off the ground. Oh, it backed away to break the pin, thankfully. And Vacuity was able to break the count as well. Ooh, Vacuity went right up the wedge that time. It looks like Gale lost one of its spike strips, maybe. Because one of them came flying out after that hit. Leslie's managed to park itself on the wall. Is it able to get down and potentially get back into this fight? I'm not sure it's been TKO'd yet. No, it is not. Leslie has only now been TKO'd, so now it is just Vacuity and Gale. Looks like this one is going to be going to the judges, which is very typical out of Vacuity, to be honest. Alright, 2 matches, 2 decisions. Would you look at that? So that seals the match win for the Pulsars. I gotta do math. Pretty much the same as the Syndicate Levantine fight, is Levantine match, I should say. Is A KO in the lightweights, a TKO in the middleweights, and a decision in the heavyweights to seal the match. So we'll get with the judges and see how they rank that, how they score that fight later in the week. Heavyweight time. Sorry, super heavyweight time. I'd say that Vac has this decision, says Cora. Eh, it's possible, but unfortunately going to the decision there, lost heavy metal the match. Although Vacuity did also lose the axe pretty quickly, so. Right, to round out this match in the super heavyweights, the Pulsars have 787B. It is a Lamaze style rear hinge flipper. It has, I believe, 5 or 6 rear hinge flipping spikes in the front. It looks like a Lamaze car. It's really cool. It can be very efficient. It has a lot of battery power, so it can flip for a long time. Heavy metal has Aqua Dementia in the super heavyweights. It is 6 side hinge flippers, all flipping spikes as well. Very destructive. I believe it's 4-1 right now and has 4 KOs, so it can do a lot of damage when it gets under people. But as we saw against Big Boar last week, if it doesn't get under you, it doesn't win. So, predictions, chat. What are you thinking here? Do you think heavy metal can get any points? A lot of people going, it's actually kind of split because it's, Razor points out Aqua Dimension is only a chassis wedge, whereas 787 has spike strips. 787B has a spike strip that's static in the front, so that could theoretically be its downfall, but it's very much a toss-up here as to who gets under who, as always for flippers. Alright. And they perfectly stalemated in the center. That is hilarious. Although because those spike strips in the front are damaging, they are definitely damaging the front of Aqua Dementia. Not really sure how much grinding damage it's taking, but there are definitely sparks there. Unfortunately, they're moving just enough to not force a TKO count here. Will they back off and reset? Pulsars are over here just trolling heavy metal at this point. Already won the match, let's tease their most damaging robot for fun. Ooh, Aqua Dementia was the first to blink and drove into the grinder, and it is now partially driven up the wall, and because of that, 787B was able to get under it. There are now control board hits because of all that grinding damage. And it looks like Aqua Dementia has gotten KO'd by the grinder. 71 seconds. Alright, so that is a very definitive match win for the Pulsars. Possible shutout if they're able to get that decision in the heavyweights. As I said, KJ, you literally can't lose to heavy metal. I've run this plenty of times. You can't lose to them. We are now on to match 3. Match 3 is going to bring us the Anthracite Colliers. And I tell a lie. Instead, it brings us the game crashing. Did not happen during the second match this time. Happened right after it. Once again, thank you to our Patreon sponsors for sponsoring our Crash page and our streams. Their support is very much appreciated because it's literally paying our internet bill and letting us do what we do. So, thank you as always. Alright, back to match number 3. It's going to be the Anthracite Colliers and the Jubilife City Jigglypuffs. Don't crash the game just because you lost this, KJ. I mean, I'm not the one who crashed it. It was pulling up Jubilife because all their stuff are programming references and viruses, so they knew it had to happen. All right. So we are starting off match number 3 with Quick Pick for Anthracite. It is it's very similar to Build of Acuity. It's has big pontoons on the side and a big overhead pick in the middle. It can be very damaging when it gets stuff in the pontoons. Let's gotta do that first. Jubilife comes into the lightweights with Y2K. It's kind of a mix between a front hinge and an axe. It has a big sword component that comes down and a nice wedge to get under stuff. So we shall see what happens here. What does chat think? What do you think over there? Who do you think's gonna win? We're gonna censor all that because all that was all swear words. Does Y2K fit between the pontoons? Asks Stevo. Probably. A lot of people going for. It's kind of split actually. A couple people for Quick Pick, a couple for Y2K. It all depends on if Y2K fits in the pontoons. So let's find out if they're able to not do that. Y2K does go right into the pontoons of Quick Pick, but because Quick Pick fired its pick, Y2K was able to get underneath it and push it back to the wall. And now, because it's pinned against the wall, Quick Pick cannot retract its pick or fire it. Ooh, and because of retracting the weapon there, Quick Pick wasn't flipped over. Y2K is going right in at the chassis of Quick Pick already. Ooh, Y2K was able to get a hit on the pick itself and was able to invert Quick Pick again. Well, they're now kind of caught on each other. Quick Pick just does not have the ability to get under Y2K because Y2K's front wedge just goes right into the chassis and it's not able to... Quick Pick can't really pivot around and get under Y2K at all. Although Y2K has taken quite a lot of damage to its chassis wedge so far. This is actually a pretty even fight. Are we sure that Fox isn't just Anthony Murnay? I mean, is Anthony Murnay a squeaky Twitch streamer that just swears at everyone on Call of Duty? That's what this little bitch is. Ooh, Quick Pick was able to get to the side of Y2K and has now gotten underneath it. It's definitely going at the top of Y2K now, but I'm not sure it has quite enough battery power to get the pick into play, because it's retracting very slowly now. Once again, kind of reset. I hear a count going right now. There's going to be a pin if they don't break it. I can't tell who it's on, though. Appears it was on Quick Pick, but they were able to break the pin. Y2K puts him right back to the wall to pin him again. Looks like Y2K is stalling for time, trying to get a decision here. Probably pretty smart, because Y2K's taken a lot of chassis damage so far. Ooh, and it got Quick Pick stuck on its back for a second. It has now gotten to the side of Quick Pick. And that is a judge's decision. Wow. The two of them were just not able to take each other out with their weapons there. Quick Pick has slightly more damage points, but not really sure how the judges are going to rate that. It looked to me like Y2K definitely had more control there. We're now to the middleweights. This outcome is good for the Pulsars, as KJ. Yes, I believe Jubilife is currently 9 points ahead of the Pulsars, and even if they win that decision, they're only getting 1 point out of that, so. Rookie K, welcome to the chat. You suck too, and so does your team, kind of. Alright, so, middleweight time. The Colliers have Tumbler. It is kind of a tuna can full body spinner to a degree. Very defensive, has lots of ram plates and iron spikes on it. Can be very good at de-weaponing robots and drawing fights out. Jubilife has Polybius in the middleweights. It is kind of a scoop rammer in a way. It has 2 snapper-mounted wedges on the side and these kind of a rack of razor spikes on there, so when it pushes stuff, it does like slow grinding damage pushing stuff around. So, what does chat think? Polybius. Probably going Polybius' way. Polybius. Trash talking has been detected. Repeat. Yes. I should note, Rookie K, who just popped in the chat, is my sister, so I can trash talk her. We'll get to her team in a couple hours. See how much more reality they break. A lot of people going for Polybius here. Yeah, Logan pointing it out that Polybius has a type advantage. Yeah, this is Polybius has the speed, and full body spinners do not like fast robots. Polybius going right in and immediately tipping Tumbler up against the wall where it is not able to flop around itself right. Well, there's a TKO count now. This might be one of the most efficient TKOs we've ever seen. It is indeed. That is a 24-second TKO for Polybius. There's 2 points to Jubilife. So after the match with Heavy Metal, Pulsar got 9, potentially 10 points out of that, which would put him just above Jubilife. So with those 2 points, Jubilife is still ahead of the Pulsars no matter what. So they will retain their division lead for now. Expecting at least some fight from Tumbler. Yeah, but you know, when you just get immediately pushed up against the wall and can't really move, that's what happens. Alright, heavyweights. The Colliers coming to the heavyweights with Jackhammer. It is a dual piston poking robot. Very low to the ground, has some kind of like a fork, like a big wedge fork configuration in the front there. Could be kind of difficult to get under at times. We shall see. Jubilife comes into the heavyweights with I Love You, which is a giant dual vertical disc with long armored pontoons going out the front. Can be very destructive and has the power to throw stuff out of the arena. A lot of people going for I Love You. You know what? I love you, chat. You guys are great. A couple people going for Jackhammer. Yeah, let's see if the Colliers can get some points here. At least get on the board so that decision doesn't matter as much. Ooh, and I Love You goes right in and is immediately at the underside of Jackhammer. It's already taken off that kind of that forky wedge, and it's just absolutely caving in the rear panel. Got Jackhammer pinned to the wall now. And it's already onto control board hits, and it is knocked out in 21 seconds. I Love You, in fact, does not love a Jackhammer. Very clean and efficient for Jubilife. Yet another match win for Jubilife City. Tough love, says that. Yes, that was very tough love. The toxic gut rip, says KJ. Yes. You wouldn't think a giant vertical spinner would toxically gut rip somebody, but you know, hey, I love you as a virus. It translated that toxicity from virus form into robots. They can never catch a break, says Logan. Yeah, Anthracite's had a very brutal beginning of this season. Even though they beat Heavy Metal last week, they have to take on another #1 team this week. So, super heavyweights. Let's see if the Colliers can get some points back here. The Colliers have Big Bore. It is kind of a dual vertical spinner where there's drills on top of drills. Has a big high power drill in the center, and on the disc there's 4 Redbird motors with iron spikes on there. Very reminiscent of boring machinery from mining. Jubilife has Hello World. We classify it as a horizontal spinner. It has 2 kind of horizontal spinning discs. It is known colloquially as a juggler. It has a big wedge up front and just scoops robots up there and pushes them around while doing slow grinding damage over time. Who do we think is going to win this one? This fight all comes down to the ground game, says Zester. Yes, ground game is key, especially against Jubilife. They play the ground game harder than most people. Maybe you can claw some points back. Who have the Colliers got next week? Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure it's not quite the same gauntlet that they have now. I think like week 7 is when they finally had someone that they could realistically beat efficiently. Yeah, the Colliers have the meme team next week, so we'll see how they do there. Chat is actually kind of split, hoping Big Boar is able to get some points here. Big Boar has been very surprising, actually, for the Colliers so far, so we'll see if they're able to avoid a possible shutout here. Ooh, and on the opening charge, Hello World bounced on top of Big Boar, and it is now getting grinded from underneath. Big Boar's drill is doing a ton of damage to the underside of Hello World. It has now backed off, and Hello World has taken advantage by going straight at the back of Big Boar. Already removed one of its wheels, and shoving the robot over into the grinder, doing a ton of damage. Although Big Boar's drill was able to take off the right side disc on Hello World. Fortunately, it's not quite able to move from where it's at in the grinder, and Hello World is kind of getting in the way right now. That is unfortunately going to be a pin. Hello World was preventing Big Boar from breaking the count. So, let's try it again. Jubilife really trying to go for those KO points, just trying to KO Big Boar as soon as they can in the grinder. This time, though, Hello World going right under Big Boar and is immediately grinding away at the right side of it. Slowly moving Big Boar over into the grinder. Well, the Big Boar has completely de-weaponed the right side disc on Hello World, but it has lost its left side wheel to the grinder. Hello World's just caving in the right side of it, pushing into the grinder. There's another count going on here. Is Hello World going to break the pin? Or go for the KO? Nope, they did not. That is unfortunately yet another pin from Hello World. And Jubilife is just relentless, trying to just press Big Boar into the grinder here. Really trying to maximize points here, but... Ooh, met head on this time, but after resetting, Hello World was able to sneak under Big Boar yet again. Big Boar has de-weaponed the right side spinner yet again, but is slowly being pushed over into the grinder by Hello World. It appears the left side wheel has come off Big Boar. Ooh, this time Hello World has broken the pin. See if Big Boar is able to actually get out of there on its own. Struggling to get out of there. I believe it did break the count. But Hello World has just jammed it right back into the grinder, and Big Boar has lost its other wheel. I see it laying on the floor there. So So unfortunately, this is not, because Big Board does not have any wheels left, this is not going to be classified as a pin. That is going to be a 56-second TKO for Hello World. Big Board did a lot of damage there, but unfortunately it lost all of its wheels and wasn't able to do a whole lot to Hello World afterwards. Big Bore weapon design is very cool. Yeah, Big Bore's bore, like drilling bore, is really cool looking. Really cool how Madiator was able to make that work. So that is 7, possibly 8 points for Jubilife and a potential shutout, depending on how that judge decision from the lightweights is scored. So we now go to match number 4. Match number 4 is going to bring us the Avalon Resurrectionists. They're out of Cleveland, Ohio. And they'll be taking on the Robot Rebels, who are out of Detroit, Michigan. If I'm being honest, that wasn't a very entertaining match at all. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a really competitive, almost try-hardy team going up against a team that's purely aesthetic. Like, the builder for the Colliers, Madiator, was going for the aesthetic of the mining team there. And, like, the Colliers look amazing, but they don't have the same competitiveness as, say, Jubilife does. So that's unfortunate when you get top-heavy and low-end teams facing each other. But it's now time for Avalon against the Rebels. Avalon comes into the lightweights with Dainsleaf. It is a lightweight rammer, has kind of a fork-shaped spike strip setup. Unfortunately, it was built to a different weight limit than what the builder thought it was going to be. It's only around 200 pounds or weight units compared to the weight limit that is 250 for the RRL. Overclock comes into the lightweights for the Rebels. It is a piston poker with 4 or 5 iron spikes in the front, just kind of shoots out, keeps robots at bay. So, what is chat thinking here? Who do you think is going to win? Rebels are fresh off of a perfect 13-0 week last week. A lot of people going for Overclock here. Yeah, Overclock does have the weight advantage over Dainsleaf, especially with the weapon power, so Dainsleaf could be suitable mini-bot for super heavyweight. Yeah. We'll see if Avalon's able to make Dainsleaf work, though, because it definitely has the weaponry to do something here, especially if it goes to the wheels. Kind of meet in the middle there. Dainsleaf is going head-on with Overclock, which Overclock's able to shove it back and over into the grinder as a result. Little Dainsleaf has already lost its left side wheel. Overclock is working on that right side wheel now and has taken it off. And Physics has decided to take Dainsleaf off. That is going to be a restart. Physics was not kind about that. Ooh, Dainsleaf was able to get kind of the side of Overclock briefly, but Overclock is relentlessly pushing into the front there, trying to get through Dainsleaf's weaponry. Ooh, and the spikes have come off of Dainsleaf now, so it is just a box. Overclock was able to make it do a full flip with that one piston shot there. KO board hits now, and that is the knockout in 28 seconds for Overclock. Yet another efficient win. The Rebels are on 5 consecutive KOs now, which is alarming. Does Dainsleaf want to fight yet? No, it is not yet want to fight. We don't actually have that many winless robots, luckily. Alright, time for the middleweights. And we have a very two very interesting middleweights here. So Avalon has Trishula, which is a piston poker. It's unlike Overclock. Instead of having them in a line, 2 iron spikes are upwards and 2 are downwards. It can be very efficient at pushing robots over into the grinder, using its drive power and the piston to just put them right there. The Robot Rebels have Woodrow Kilson, which is a hammer saw. 2 saw blades just swinging on an overhead mace, and it is named after Jevin Woodrow because Jevin hates the term hammer saw. So, we believe it's going to be what does chat think? Do you believe it's going to be Trishula or the Kryptonite of Jevin Woodrow? At the end of the season, we need a best of Woodrow Kilson compilation to send to Jevin, says Liam. I think that might be pretty funny. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Jevin's actually at a robot combat event in the UK right now, so he doesn't even know he's about to kick ass, maybe. Chat seems to be favoring Jevin himself, so let's see if his hammer saw form can do him some good. Ooh, Trishula goes right in and is able to shove Woodrow back, getting some big hits on the front, but Woodrow's getting some huge hits to the top side of Trishula, but those top spikes have taken the hammer saw completely off. And now Trishula is caving in the front of Woodrow Kilson. This is a complete turnaround for this match. Ooh, and that was all of the control board shots in one. That was a 21-second KO for Trishula. That was brutal. For being a relatively underpowered piston poker with only 1 piston, Trishula can rack up the points and get KOs quickly. It didn't even need the grinder for that one. It just went straight down the throat of Woodrow. Highlight fight, says Logan. Yeah, I'll note that in the highlights just for fun. So that was very impressive from Trishula, and it has even the match at 3-3. So we shall see what the heavyweights now bring us. I need to not predict things. I've been wrong every single time, says Helen. Yes. That's the thing with the RRLs. When you make predictions, it just doesn't go that way sometimes. It can be some really scary stuff. Heavyweight time. Avalon has Phalanx in the heavyweights. It is a dual rear hinge flipper with 2 sets of spike strips on each flipping arm. A little bit more of a lifter because of how long they are, but it can be very controlling and draw fights out over time. The Robot Rebels have Jaws of Death, which is a dual side axe robot. But this time, unlike last season, it has front protection and a little bit of a wedge, so it is able to have some ground game. But Phalanx here has kind of a fork pontoon setup, whereas Jaws' wedge is in the middle, so what does chat think is going to happen here? Should also note that Phalanx can self-right with its flippers, and Jaws of Death is invertible, so it's going to be a very interesting match. Fight. Quite a few people going for Jaws of Death. A couple going for Phalanx. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Phalanx can pull it off. If it's able to get Jaws stuck in the right orientation, it's got a good shot. But can it survive the Jaws of Death and get Avalon a win? Ooh, they kind of met in the middle there. Phalanx is able to get under Jaws and has lifted it up and kind of briefly pinned it, although it has taken huge damage to both of its pontoons now. Jaws is just absolutely caving it in. Both of the flipping arms have now been cut off by the Jaws of Death. And now Phalanx is just a wedge, but it's a very good wedge. It was able to sneak right under Jaws there as it was swinging around. Looks like Phalanx has lost its right front wheel. Ooh, Jaws KO'd it. Interesting. So just from turning in the microwave there, the Spike Club was able to get control board hits on Phalanx and KO'd it in 32 seconds. That's a rather unconventional way to get a KO, Jaws. I would not have expected that. Alright, well. Now that the Rebels have 6 points, they can no longer lose this match. The best Avalon can do is tie them. It's going to be up to the super heavyweights to do so. Right, so, super heavyweights. Avalon has Excalibur in the super heavyweights. It is a dual vertical spinner, very similar to Heavy Metal Noise from BattleBots, where it's kind of propped in the air and just kind of hits stuff as it goes by. And it is invertible, can flip either side, and can be honestly very entertaining. It's been, I think it's been one of the, even though I don't know if it's actually won a fight yet, but it's done like the most damage out of anyone from Avalon, so it's been very impressive so far, despite its losing. The Rebels have Heart Attack in the super heavyweights. It is a big 6-wheel drive rammer, but instead of doing a ton of damage, it's more of a pusher to a degree. Just kind of shoves stuff into the grinder, does some damage, and over time uses the spikes sticking up and to the side to get a little bit of damage here. So what does chat think here? Do we think Excalibur has the chance to KO Heart Attack and tie the match? A lot of people going for Heart Attack. Couple for Excalibur so far. We'll see if Excalibur is able to get Avalon any points here. Give him at least something. Heart Attack charges right in and immediately flips Excalibur over, but now it is invertible, and the discs are spinning downwards now. Another huge ram from Heart Attack. Just kind of shoving Excalibur into the wall for right now. Excalibur getting at least one big hit on the wheel of Heart Attack there, but is now caught on its side. The spikes that Excalibur kind of has on those caster wheels is acting as a ground game against Heart Attack's scoop. However, it has now lost one of its wheels to the grinder. Heart Attack just shoving it over there, using the grinder to its advantage. It's been its main strategy all season. It's doing it pretty well again. Ooh, another big ram from Heart Attack. Gets Excalibur on the grinder now. And Excalibur has lost its other wheel, so it is now motionless. But I don't know if Excalibur's taking any damage from the grinder. It could get KO'd if it just sits here. But Heart Attack is going to leave it alone. That is going to be an 80-second TKO for Heart Attack. Heart Attack using the grinder to its advantage, getting the wheels off and pinning Excalibur up there so it's not using the disc to go around the arena. Alright, so that is our first fully conclusive match. The Rebels have won 8-3, 9-3 after the bonus point for winning the match. Rebels are definitely starting to get up in the standings a little higher. They're only 2 points behind Kinetic, and they just got a 9-point week, so we'll see if the Rebels can actually make up any ground in their division after getting swept 2 weeks in a row to start. Now we go to match number 5. Match number 5 is going to bring us the Angry Penguins. Angry Penguin Robotics is here, and they will be taking on the West Elizabeth Warbears. Rebels are not bipolar anymore, says Razor. Yes. Rebels have been really weird. They got swept 2 weeks. Nearly got a shutout. I think almost got swept, or I got a shutout, nearly got swept again, and then got a shutout. So they're usually all or nothing. And here, I mean, they almost got a shutout again here, so still a little bipolar, but that's okay. But it is time to start match 5. Angry Penguin comes in with PogChamp, which is a rammer. It has 3 razor tips out the side, is invertible, and, well, it's a bit of a meme because it's PogChamp. West Elizabeth has Ursa Minor, which is an overhead spinner similar to Voidwalker from earlier. However, it is an asymmetric spinner, has a single iron spike on one end and a sledgehammer counterweight on the other. Does not have much of a ground game, though. Very flat front end and everything. So, what does chat think is going to happen here? Bears eat penguins, says Razor. Yeah. I mean, they might here. Who knows? Ursa Minor, PogChamp. Yeah. A couple people going for PogChamp, but seems the majority is thinking Ursa Minor has a chance here. Definitely has the weapon power advantage, though, so... Let's see if Angry Penguin is able to get some points here. They've been down bad lately. PogChamp got right in there and got a hit on Ursa Minor's chassis, but it has taken huge hits to the front already. Oh, and that was an interesting ram. It was able to invert Ursa Minor on a very well-timed ram. And has now gotten it over into the grinder. Ursa Minor's weapon is in the grinder. Ooh, and the spike has come off of Ursa Minor, so it's now going to be horrifically unbalanced. If it's able to even get up, it lost a wheel to the grinder now. PogChamp just absolutely going in for those hits, too. PogChamp in complete control of this match right now. Ursa Minor has lost its other wheel and is taking control board hits from the grinder. There's another one from PogChamp there. That is a KO for PogChamp in 59 seconds. So even with the weapon power advantage, Ursa Minor was not able to overcome PogChamp. PogChamp very cleverly used the grinder to de-weapon Ursa Minor, and then took the hits while it was weaponless. That was very impressive. That's quickly 3 points to Angry Penguin. They are not having a great time this season. They got swept by the Rebels last week in a perfect week, and are, I believe, currently bottom of the league with only 9 points. So they just got a 3-point knockout to put them back up in the standings a little bit. But now it's time for the middleweights to do their thing. Is this PogChamp's first win? No, I don't believe it is. Let me double check what it was. Oh no, PogChamp defeated more airtime in the first week, and that's actually its third win, so it's at a 3-3 record now. Not bad, not bad. All right, middleweight time. Angry Penguin comes in with everybody's favorite Stanley. It is kind of a vertical disc spinner with 2 axe heads on it, and it's basically a mini Huge from BattleBots. Very cute and lovable robot, even though it doesn't have quite the success in the arena that Huge does. West Elizabeth Warbears have Grismo, which is a big 4-wheel drive rammer that doesn't know how to stop ramming things. Iron spikes on the front and 2 kind of bear claws on the side. What do we think's gonna happen here, chat? Grismo, but I will celebrate if Stanley wins, says KJ. Yes. I think Stanley is slowly becoming the Smashy McSmash face of this season. It's like, everybody loves it and kind of wants it to win. It's just not getting good matchups. Like, you know, in this case, like, Grismo has absolutely ridiculous drive power, and Stanley has disc wheels, so... Oh, Lucian has confidence in Stanley that it will get its first win this week. I mean, it's possible. We've seen rammers like Grismo just throw themselves out of the ring randomly, so... We'll see if Grismo does that, or if they're able to get the Warbears back in this match. They can use the points. Huge opening ram from Grismo, got control board hits on Stanley, and threw it over the wall in 4 seconds? Wow! That was ridiculous. I knew it had the drive power. I didn't know it could just full send Stanley over the wall like that. That was insane. That is a very that is a statement getting back into this. Wow. That's actually Grismo's second consecutive ring out, as KJ pointed out. All right, that was not what I expected out of that fight. That's going in the highlights. Goodness me. Unfortunately, though, because that was a ring out, that was 2 points for Grismo. So, I did put KO. Sorry. So now it is a 3-2 match after that ring out. My goodness. Now we get heavyweights. Alright, heavyweight time. Angry Penguin has E-Girl power in the heavyweights. It is a dual rear hinge flipper. The flipping panels themselves do not have damaging components, but they do have these iron spikes to prevent robots from going up there so it can get flips every time. The West Elizabeth Warbears have Warbear, their namesake. It is a dual side axe robot. One side is a sledgehammer with some spikes on it. The other is like a bear claw almost. It has spike strip wedges to have a bit of a ground game. And it is also invertible. So, what does Chet think's going to happen here? Actually, since you call yourself a fucking gamer, this is your fight, Gabby. See if you can actually get Angry Penguin some points here, maybe. How do you think you're going to do? Gotta censor that, too. A lot of people going for Warbear. Yeah, Warbear definitely has the weapon advantage here, but it all depends on who gets under who first. As Core point out, wedge versus wedge fight. So, let's get into it. See which wedge wins. They both immediately stalemate in the front. Hilarious. Although Warbear definitely has those spike strips getting in there, so it's doing a ton of damage to those flipping segments on E-Girl. E-Girl is slowly moving Warbear over to the wall, though. Could actually be very strategic from E-Girl because it doesn't have the weapon power to compete with Warbear, so it's just going to try to maybe draw this fight out. Just go to a decision to limit their points. Leave it up to the super heavies, maybe. Ooh, no! E-Girl misfired its flipping arms, and Warbear immediately took both of them off, and now it is just caving in E-Girl. It's taken off the right side wheel now. Very quick turnaround of this fight as soon as they broke the stalemate. Warbear's just taking chunks out of the E-Girl right now. But E-Girl's doing its best to survive. But it's now on to control board hits. It's also lost the remainder of those flipping segments. The spikes are now gone. Another control board hit. Look at all the debris from E-Girl's weaponry sitting around there. E-Girl's just trying to do its best to pivot away to avoid getting hit again. Unfortunately, Warbear was able to get the last hit on it anyway. So, that is a KO for the Warbears. 118 left. 102 seconds. The Warbears now have the lead in the match. They're now up 5-3. You suck, nerd. Maybe one day you'll be a good robot. Okay, what we are learning here, do not poke the Warbear, yes. Alright, now it's up to the Super Heavies to conclude this match. Warbears are up by 2, but TKO or ring out or even a KO here would seal it for Angry Penguin. Yeah, KJ, like, Angry Penguin needs a KO to win, but it's not looking great for who they have to face. And Warbear got angry after being held back for so long. Yeah. Warbear was being very patient there, just kind of letting E-Girl do its thing, and then as soon as it lets guard up, whack. So, super heavies though. Angry Penguin comes into that super heavyweights with Pingu's Death Machine. It has an undercutting axe spinner in the middle and 2 long battle axes to go over the top. Very interesting dual weaponry here. West Elizabeth Warbears have Smashy McSmashface 2, the sequel. It has 5 overhead swinging arms. 3 in the front are sledgehammers and has 2 picks to kind of go overhead. Has a bit of a ground game and some defensive features on the sides as well. So, what does chat think is going to happen here? Yes, Legend in the house, says Helen. Yes, Smashy the Legend is back. And it is deadly this season. It's been KO and stuff left and right with those improved axes. Everybody pretty much going for Smashy here, so let's see if Pingu's Death Machine's actually able to get a win here, maybe. Or just survive against Smashy, we'll see. Goes right up the wedge of Smashy, immediately loses the undercutter to the front wedges, except Smashy is now wedged in the floor because physics doesn't like that. So that is going to be a restart. Who knew that undercutters were the way to get to quicksand? We added a quicksand pit in the middle of the arena, little did you know. Smashy immediately going at the weapon again on Pingu. They both appear to have gotten away from the physics glitch in the floor, but Smashy's just caving in Pingu's Death Machine in the front. Well, it's now kind of gotten caught on the top of some of the axes briefly. It is just getting absolutely caved in right now. And that is the KO shot in 23 seconds from Smashy McSmashface. As I said, Smashy is very destructive this season. So that is an 8-3 match win for the Warbears. Getting back into the standings after they had a couple rough weeks in a row. They got I think they're on the receiving end of a shutout too. You're clearly rooting for the Warbears this week, says Razors, because I have a Panda shirt. I mean, Pandas are a little different. It's okay. Maybe we'll get an Angry Panda team next season. I don't know. It's now time for our 6th match. Rookie, I keep guessing the losers, but it's all good because I just caught a shiny in Pokemon Go. Could you give me some of that shiny luck, please? I'm terrible in Pokemon Go lately. I know it's not going to be terrible. Our next match. So, our next match is going to be between the Kinetic Creatures and the Meme Team. The Creatures enter the Lightweights with Network. It is a dual saw blade spinner that kind of spin inwards like this. Despite being relatively underpowered because saw blades do slow grinding damage over time, it's one of the more damaging lightweights and gets under stuff pretty well with saw blades. I don't know how that works, but it works. The Meme Team have Demagnetized Internet. It is a rammer with 4 pick weapons in the front to do a little bit of damage. However, it is not invertible, whereas Network is. I don't think it'll come into play here, but it's possible. What does chat think's gonna happen here? Oh, Becky got a shiny Aeron. Good for you, rookie. I have like 4 of those already, so. Can't even believe I didn't even notice this. We have the Network taking on Demagnetized Internet, so. Will Demagnetized Internet do the same to Network? Will Network be demagnetized? Demag's gonna find a way to flip itself upside down. You know, it's possible. Let's see what this fight brings us. How is this match going to start? Ooh, big hit in the middle. I'm not sure if... it looks like Demagnetized Internet's picks are low enough to hit the saw blades on Network, and it was able to shove it back into the grinder. Not really sure it did anything, though. It's actually a really good strategy from Demagnetized Internet, keeping Network in front of it, not letting it get to the side, and use those saw blades to grind away where the wheels are. Ooh, and now to shove Network back into the grinder again. Network is now down its left side saw. Very slow and methodical match here from Demagnetized Internet. Network has lost all of its weaponry now, though. Now it is just up to what Demagnetized Internet chooses to do with it. Demagnetized is able to get a bit of a microwave going here with its pick on the wheel of Network. Good strategy trying to get the wheels and cripple Network here to take it out with a TKO. Not quite sure Demagnetized Internet has the weaponry or their geometry to KO Network, especially going through all the weaponry head on, so... Well, I'd be very impressed if Network is able to make it much further. I was able to take one of the picks off of Demagnetized Internet, but it has now lost almost all of its front support. Bit of a rammer battle going on here. Network is still being very aggressive despite having little to no weaponry. It just has a tiny little pulse spike, but that's more defense for the connector on the saws rather than actually attacking with it. Under a minute left now. Both robots are noticeably slower now, especially Demagnetized Internet. It's not moving very well at all. Oh, but Network has now lost its left side wheel. That's going to severely cripple it here. Especially with running low on power, I'm not sure Network's going to be able to break any TKO counts here. Hmm. 20 seconds remaining. It looks like Network just broke one of the TKO counts. But it's looking like this is going to go to the judges. Fortunately, Demagnetized Internet was not quite able to get the chassis hits that it needed. It'll be really interesting to see how the judges score that one. Because Network was fairly aggressive once it lost its weaponry, but definitely did not have really the damage edge there. Now we go to the middleweights. So, this middleweight matchup, we have Siege coming in for Kinetic. It is a vertical bar spinner almost with 4 kind of segments on it. It kind of has 2 ramp plates on either side for a little bit of chassis protection, and it's able to still able to get the spinner into play without stuff going really up there that much. The meme team has On Your Own, which is an undercutting spinner, ramp plates, a little bit of defensive ramp plates in the front, and it is invertible. It's named after Your Own Leverloo of the Petunia BattleBots team, and the Reality team, and the Toughest Nails team. He's on a lot of teams, it's okay. Kind of have another BattleBots competitor here, that's kind of cool. So, what does chat think's going to happen here? I'm drinking too much water, says Cora. I mean, you're an Asian box turtle, like, no shit you're drinking lots of water. It's okay, I am too. Also, mysterious magenta. A lot of people going for Siege here. That could be interesting because both of these robots have not done very well. Siege only has 1 win, and it was a very close win over Tumblr, I believe. And On Your Own has yet to win anything, so Both these robots looking to maybe turn their season around. Notice that your own spinner grinds on the floor and it slows it down. Yeah, it is an undercutter, unfortunately. So if it's able to maybe get propped up a little bit, it could do something, but we'll see if it's able to do something against Siege here. Siege going right in, immediately hitting the ram plates on your own. Although it looks like it's actually maybe glancing the top of On Your Own's chassis, going a little bit over the ram plate protection. Interesting that Siege was, well, at least was briefly caught on the undercutter of On Your Own. Both kind of stalemating a little bit. Siege is definitely going in and hitting the chassis of On Your Own, though. Ooh, it's taken one of the ram plates off already. Very methodical match here for Siege, and it's already gotten control board hits. And it's gotten a KO, which look at that, 37 seconds. On Your Own's defensive features were no match for the Siege. Siege lived up to its name and just took it down. So that is 3 points to the Kinetic creatures. Up very quickly. Ah, yes, it is time. I hope you're all ready for some chaos. Because we're about to have a multi-bot madness. Stanley versus On Your Own when, says Razor. I'm not actually sure when they fight. They'll probably be coming up in a little bit, but it's time for some multi-bots. So, Kinetic creatures have Dunning and Kruger. They are twin overhead spinning bar spinners. Dunning spins counterclockwise, Kruger's the other way. They're kind of like polar opposites, even though they are kind of twins. The meme team has 4 pound 90. 4 pound is the vertical spinner with 2 razors on its disc spinner there, and 90 is a dual side axe with fireman's axes. What do we think is going to happen here besides chaos? This is going to be very hard to commentate. A couple people going for Dunning and Kruger. A lot of people just going for chaos, honestly. You know, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of chaos. I mean, last stream was very chaotic. Had some weird stuff popping in. So I do believe I looked it up. We only have 2 more multi-bot versus multi-bot fights coming up, at least in the regular season. I believe the next one is around week 11 or so. So I'll have a little bit of time for the next one, but let's see what manner of chaos happens here. Both multi-bots have decided to go one-on-one. 4 pound already took one of the weapon segments off of Kruger on the left side there. And 90 is going in at the chassis of Dunning. However, 4 pound appears to have lost its disc to Kruger. I could not tell if that was physics or not. Unfortunately it was. We're going to have to restart that. Because 90 was flipped over by physics when that happened, and that gave Kruger a chance to hit something. This is interesting. I paused the game to restart, and then the game crashed. Alright. Fantastic. So, thank you once again to Patreon stream sponsors for sponsoring this week's stream and every stream. Your support is greatly appreciated, literally letting us keep the lights and the internet on here. So, and we're going to have some patrons teams coming up soon. Let's get back into this absolute chaos. So chaotic that the game's just like, nope, can't do this anymore. Too many robots. Get reset here. Right, yes. I'm patron, says Zester. Yeah, we have, I think, Zester's coming up. Zester's team is coming up. Razor259 is in here. Lethion's in here somewhere. We have a lot of patron teams too, so can't wait to see them in a little bit. Anyway, we're back to restarting. Both multibots are going after the same ones as last time, and physics threw a fit again. All right, well, 90's disc does not like coming off apparently, so that is restart number 2. As always, we cap restarts at 5, and then we'll take off stream if they continue to misbehave. This might be a bit of an issue because the horizontals are taking off 90's disc pretty effectively. 90 is going at the underside of Dunning right now. Very effective. Ooh, but they've both now turned on... Fucking... Alright. 90's disc is not behaving here. Wow. Every single time it's getting touched, it's just getting yeeted. Alright, so that is what? Restart 3 now? Okay. We're on 3. I'm going to need a tally here in a second because this is going to get annoying. This one's meeting up again. 4-pound is definitely getting into the chassis of Kruger. Although Dunning's doing a ton of damage to 90. The disc has come off of 4-pound, however, it is broken away very effectively. I think it's because Kruger got the extender as well. And Dunning is getting control board hits on 90, but those two are absolutely killing each other right now. 90 appears to have been taken out, and it is now being 4-pound's now being sandwiched between Dunning and Kruger. 4-pound is being introduced to the Dunning-Kruger Club. Control board hits now on 4-pound. Ooh, Dunning and Kruger getting a little bit of friendly fire there, but it is not going to matter in the end. That is a knockout for the horizontal spinning robots at 48 seconds. So crucially, because both 4-pound and 90 were taken out, that is the full 3 points. If one of them was, say, destroyed and then TKO'd, it would be the lower of the 2 scores, so it would be 2 points. So that is very important for maximizing points there. Fortunately, 4-pound 90 did not quite have the weaponry to keep up with the twins. Unfortunately, that is a match win for Kinetics. They have 6 points, and the most the meme team can do at this point is 3, maybe 4 if they win the lightweight decision, so that is that. Yeah, here on this side. Now we get to see how the super heavyweights close out this match, and oh boy, this could get dangerous. Alright, well, in the super heavyweights, the kinetic creatures have death penalty. It is a 4-wheel drive sit-and spinner with flails on either of its corners and kind of Bushido sword wheel guards on either side. It is the most damaging super heavyweight by quite a bit. Most damage points at 36,000, and it has the highest DPS at 170 damage points per second. It does a lot of damage when it gets up to speed. It can be very dangerous. The meme team have Monk Eat Banan. It is a 4-wheel drive rear hinge flipper with 4 flipping spikes in the center, has some wheel guards on the side and a little bit of protection on the side. Actually, like, relatively well defended, considering it's a super heavyweight. So what does chat think is going to happen here? Yeah, Monkey gonna die. Yeah, I mean, death penalty, I don't think Monkey will be able to get under and stay under. Yeah, so the main thing with death penalty is, while it can be very dangerous at speed, if you're able to get under it, like as soon as you get under one of the extender setups, it's just up in the air and can't move. And something with 4-wheel drive and a flipping weapon is pretty good with that. The only thing is, Monk Eat Banan doesn't have the fastest drive, so we'll see if it's able to keep up and not get sentenced to death here. Monkey's going to abolish the death penalty, says Rookie. Let's find out if that happens. Or will the monkey be sentenced to death? Meet in the middle. Ooh! Monkey was immediately able to get one of the extender setups on death penalty off. However, death penalty is up to speed and is repelling Monk eat Banan very efficiently right now. Caving in the front wedge of that and the side corner. It's already taken off the right front ram plate on Monk, and that is a KO in 22 seconds. Well, I mean, Monk Ipanen tried. It was able to get at least part of the weaponry off of death penalty. However, was not able to do much more than that. That is 3 consecutive KOs for the creatures. And depending on the judge's decision, that could be a shutout. We shall see. That's going to be huge for Kinetic, especially because they're down, what? What is that? They're down 15 points from 4th place in Division 2, and that was Tennessee and Syndicate, who just had a big win, so they need big weeks like that in order to make up the ground over time. Hello, Pete, I need to report animal cruelty. Don't report this to Peta. It's just a video game. It's fine. We are on to match number 7 now. We have one of our patron teams coming up in the Pelagic Wanderers out of the Atlantic Ocean. They'll be taking on the Orlando Commandos. Oh boy. It's the ocean versus a town that's on the ocean. Interesting fact says, Liam, if Orlando gets a total of at least 19,254 damage points, they'll pass a lifetime total of 500,000. Would you be able to look, Liam, how much does Kinetic have? Because I think I saw Kinetic has more points this season than Orlando, and I think they had more last season too, I'm not sure. Anyway, to get this match started. The Pelagic Wanderers have Carcinized in the lightweights. It is a dual side axe robot. One side is a Bushido sword, and the other side is a spike strip. It's a crab. Everything turns into crap here, eventually. Orlando has more airtime. It's a piston flipper. Unlike Season 1 airtime, it's only one piston and it's exposed, but it has piston segment in the front and has a little bit of defensive features, hopefully to withstand stuff, but it is up against a side axe robot, so chat is mostly going for Carcinized, it looks like. Yeah, Carcinized definitely has the weapon advantage, but more airtime. Has a very narrow chassis there, so could be a little hard for Carcinized to get some hits on it, though, so we'll see. Oh, Kinetic's lifetime total is only 464,000. Okay, I mean, they'll probably get the 500,000 eventually, but not right now. So they meet in the middle, and more airtime immediately flips Carcinized over after taking a hit, and is just kind of parking itself on the bottom of Carcinized. This is the wrong website for this more airtime. You need to get down, partner. Carcinized, because of those big, like how far those side axes sit, it's not really able to turn very easily. And because of how narrow its wheelbase is, it has a very hard time turning around. Broke a count there briefly. More airtime going right back into the back of it again. They're in a bit of a microwave briefly. Although more airtime is now holding Carcinized off of the floor so it cannot drive. Oh, but they've broken it now. And Carcinized is now facing more airtime, getting huge hits to the center of more airtime, and it has taken the flipping segment off. Carcinized was not happy about being pinned there briefly, and is taking it to the piston flipper. And because of how its side axes are kind of mistimed, it's kind of batting more airtime back and forth right now. Huge control board hits and damage being done to more airtime right now. Piston is now off of more airtime as well. And that is a knockout in 83 seconds. Almost like that was kind of like an idiot sandwich maneuver right there. That was great. Carcinized was not happy about getting flipped over immediately, so it's like, you know what, airtime? You can die now. That is a quick 3 points for the Pelagic Wanderers, who are, I believe, they were tied with the Tennessee and Syndicate in third at 41 points, so they're going to need a big point score here in order to jump back in the standings, especially after how those other teams did. Well, it's looking pretty good with Heavy Metal not scoring like at all this week. Ah, Tara's back. What did you miss? You missed a very cinematic Uda from Grismo in the Warbears match. You should go back and check that one out. That was pretty good. Otherwise, everything's been pretty clear-cut so far. So, middleweight time. The Wanderers come into the middleweights with Breach. It is a triple rear hinge flipper. Two of them are pure flipping panels, and the one in the middle is a spike trip in order to do a little bit of damage. It looks utterly fantastic. One of my favorite aesthetic robots in this season. The Orlando Commandos have Barbecue, which is a sit-and spinner. Has some ram plates and some iron spikes at a bit of an angle, and it's very clear-cut sit-and spinner. Very similar, obviously, to Q from last season. So, what does chat think? A very damaging robot against a relatively pure flipper. I believe Barbecue is one of the most damaging middleweights. I think it's second in total damage points. So it's been very impressive, but will it be able to withstand being thrown around by Breach? Yeah, a lot of people are going for Barbecue because of its damn it. Barbecue to match the aroma being wafted around right now. All right, Helen, I see you. Making me hungry now. All right, well, let's get into it and see if the defending champions can get some points back. Ooh, big toss from Breach, but it almost flipped itself around there. It's been able to get Q up in the air, and his Q is now inverted, but because of that, Breach was not firing its weapons and has taken huge damage to the right side. But Breach is now throwing Barbecue around quite a lot. Working Barbecue over to the wall, although it has mistimed its flipping segments a little bit, so it's not able to get a full power flip. Another big toss against the wall, but Barbecue was nowhere near high enough to go over. Ooh, and Barbecue is absolutely tearing up Breach's front end. One of the flipping panels has come off of Breach. Now the other one has as well. It's just a spike strip remaining. Pelagic was hoping for a quick win here, and Barbecue is not letting him have it. Control board hits now on the weaponless Breach. Ooh, and that was a knockout in 55 seconds. Barbecue is not playing around after watching more airtime lose. Very typical of a robot named Q. Has to follow up an airtime KO with a KO of its own. Actually pretty rare for sit-and spinners this season to get those KOs, because sit-and spinners rely on robots going in order to do their damage. They can't really, like, the sit-and spinners can't go in themselves and doing it, so very unfortunate. So it's now a tied match, 3-3 each. And we move to the heavyweights. Oh my goodness, this could be a bloodbath. Alright, so. Yes, poor Breach, it was so close. Yeah, Breach was getting in there. It was really moving Barbecue around. If it was able to get it to a grinder, maybe get a wheel, would have had a shot. But unfortunately, Barbecue didn't let up. So, heavyweight time. The Pelagic Wanderers have the undefeated Twin Gyre in the heavyweights. It is classified as a horizontal and vertical spinner because it's at about 30 degrees angle. Has angled spinners with spike strips on there and iron spikes going around the side. The most, or one of the most damaging heavyweights right now, and currently undefeated. It is up against Hot Mess for Orlando. It is a very unconventional full-body drum spinner of sorts. It kind of has two discs out to the side that have drums going around the chassis, while the wheels and the wedge setup are extended below. Very, very bizarre matchup here. Because even though Twin Gyre probably has the weapon advantage here, Hot Mess has the wedge and the geometry to get under Twin Gyre and flip it up in the air, so could be a quick win for Hot Mess, could be Hot Mess falling apart and being a hot mess. So Sinister pointing out this is a big fight. Yeah, this is a big fight for Twin Gyre especially, because Twin Gyre not only is undefeated, like, I'm not really sure there's much that, like, many robots that could actually defeat Twin Gyre, so... Yeah, a lot of people going for Twin Gyre here. Well, let's see if Orlando's able to even compete with it. Maybe dethrone the undefeated robot. Ooh, they both immediately meet in, and Hot Mess is able to get under and flip Twin Gyre over, and it's got it pinned against the wall. It's eating up at the back rear protection on Twin Gyre, but I think Twin Gyre might actually be stranded on the wall itself. If Hot Mess were to back up, I think it would be stuck. I actually can't tell if Twin Gyre's not moving at all. I'm going to have to ask you, Chad, if that was a pin or not, because I'm pretty sure Twin Gyre was on the ground there, but its wheels weren't moving at all. Should that be a pin? Or no? I don't think it should be. Pin, okay, pin. Alright, yeah, everyone seems to be agreeing on pin there. See, my only thought is, I can't remember if Twin Gyre runs inverted. I'm pretty sure it does. But, like, even in that case, like, its wheels weren't moving at all. Which I know we ruled with a previous fight. It would be, so... I'm thinking it should be safe that we should restart it, just to get a clear, concise ruling instead of having to do a judgment call. So, we'll give this one a restart and see what happens. So I'm like 99% sure Twin Gyre can drive inverted. Hot Mess was able to invert it once again, but it has lost part of its drum. It has been shoving Twin Gyre up against the wall. Very unbalanced attack from Hot Mess right now. Bit more of the same situation where Hot Mess is pinning Twin Gyre to the wall to get it stopped, but is Twin Gyre able to get free? Hot Mess is off of Twin Gyre right now, and its wheels are not moving and it is not breaking the count, so if it's not able to get free, this will be an official TKO. That's a 37-second TKO. I thought Twin Gyre's was able to drive inverted, but it's not. So that is, unfortunately, the end of Twin Gyre's undefeated streak. Comes at the hands of Hot Mess. That's a 5-3 lead in this match for Orlando. Interesting. I'm wondering if it might actually be those razor tips at the back of Twin Gyre that might get it off the ground a little bit, but I could have sworn we had seen it drive inverted before, but I don't know, maybe not. Oh, right. Maybe I got another multi-bot. It is inverted suggestions. Never seen it do that. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it just wasn't trying to drive at all there. It was very bizarre. And, like, I'm relatively sure we've seen it drive inverted before, but, like, its wheels weren't even turning when it was upside down, so... Hot Mess did a thing. Does it mean Hot Mess is no longer winless? No! Hot Mess actually won last week against Rumblebee. It got a KO. It's actually the first KO of Orlando's entire season. Right, we have more multi-bot chaos. So the Wanderers come into the super heavyweights with Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose. Both of them are kind of shark overhead axes. Sharp Snout has kind of a narrow axey one with some spike strips kind of wedges. Very effective wedge robot. And Blunt Nose has kind of the ramp plates on there and a more conventional axe over the head. I also would like to point out that I have my own sharks prepared to watch. I have Jack and Sledge here hanging out, which they're a very dumb version of Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose, so they get to see how their virtual counterpart does. Orlando has King Drillosaurus in the Super Heavies. It is a triple horizontal spinner, but it's a little bit closer to a juggler. It has more defensive features and wedging in the front, but when it gets stuff up on there, it can do some grinding damage over time. Does not have wheel protection, only has back protection. So, what's chat think? Sharp Snout and Blunt Nose might be my favorite bots this year. Yes, I really like the Sharks. They are very fun. They put on some good fights. Their fight against Heart Attack when they faced the Rebels was really fun. Seems like most people are going for the Sharks. Yes, plushy Hammerheads. Yeah, Mike and I were always joking if we ever did like multibots, we would do multibot Hammerhead Shark Flippers and then name them Jack and Sledge. They'd probably have a more official name if it was for like a competition, but the individual names would be Jack and Sledge. So everyone's going for the Sharks here, so let's see if the Sharks can kill a drilling Tyrannosaurus. Ooh, King Drillosaurus spun around at this front, and it let Bluntnose get a big hit there, but it is controlling the multibots very well right now. Has flipped Sharp Snout over briefly. It's focusing its attention. It's kind of indecisive as to where to go right now, but Bluntnose has flipped over again. Sharks really don't appear to be able to do much against King Drillosaurus' weaponry, especially because those horizontal spinners are preventing their axes from doing a whole lot of damage. King Drillosaurus has taken some left side damage and has now lost a ram plate, though. Sharks are trying to do their best to control King Drillosaurus here, get some hits in, but King Drillosaurus is staying pointed and trying to ward them off. Oh no, there's control board hits now! Wow, King Drillosaurus took way more damage than I thought. Although it has now flipped over Bluntnose, and Bluntnose cannot self-right from that position. It's gotten under Sharp Snout now. I have to break a pin here in a second. King Drillosaurus does. Ooh, and that gave Sharp Snout a chance. It took off a wheel with its sharp snout rather than its axe, and now it has lost. King Drillosaurus lost both wheels on the right side. This is a complete turnaround. Okay. Another control board hit, and that is the knockout for the Sharks. 136 seconds left. 84-second knockout. The Sharks went on a feeding frenzy there. My goodness. It was hard to tell how much damage those Sharks were racking up, but boy did little Sharp Snout get in there and get the KO when it needed it. Ooh. 9,000 damage for the Sharks. So very notably, that because they got a KO there, that is a 6-5 win for the Pelagic Wanderers. They were just able to get the comeback and defeat the reigning champs. Very, very impressive work. Yes, the Sharks are great. Yes, the Sharks are fantastic. Oh, thank you, Cora, for putting the damage in there. I'll try to refer to that if I screwed up. Bluntnose got to wheel itself while self-righting. That's fair. Right, we are on to match number 8, the last fight of our first half here. We're going to have second place Robotics coming out of Zionsville, Indiana, taking on the Halifax Supernovas out of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Boy, Code Silver versus Dr. Baconburger. Oh boy. I saw Code Silver on Twitter was not very confident against the Supernovas here, so. It should be that the Sharks are fantastic. Fantastic. I believe it was a Hammerhead Shark Flipper that Ed Robinson made for, I can't remember the name of it now. Robotica? I think it was Robotica. I'm pretty sure that was the third show, Robotica. Right, lightweights. Second place has Unknown X. It is kind of a crusher style weapon. It has a spike strip and a very pointy spike. Very nice wedge setup to get under stuff. Hasn't had a very good time though. Loses the crusher a lot and takes a lot of chassis damage because that's mostly his wedge. Speaking of wedges, Halifax has Tycho, which is a singular front hinge flipper, a spike strip flipper. Also has kind of a similar wedge. Not all that different from Unknown X, to be honest, but very different uses of their weapons. So what does chat think is going to happen here? Second place on a pretty bad roll. Yeah, second place has not been in second place very much, if at all. They're currently sitting second to last in their division with only 19 points. Gosh, second place is almost getting outscored by the Spiderwolves. That's kind of scary. This match will be determined by the first charge, says Cora. Yes, I believe so. A lot of people going for Tycho here, so it's reasonable, but if NoNext gets under there, it's going to have a free wedge to beat up. Ooh, they did meet in the middle. However, after getting propped up briefly, Tycho was able to invert NoNext on the first hit. As now shoving the Crusher over towards the Grinder, doing a lot of damage to that underside panel. NoNext screaming, oh no, because it's inverted. Oh no. And it looks like Tycho is going to back off only to get 2 points. Interesting strategy from the Supernovas. I mean, hey, it's a free win for a robot that can't self-right here, so take the 2 points and be up in the match. I also didn't even look at the time. 29 seconds, cool. That is a win for the Supernovas, alright. Very clean, efficient win there. Just go in, get points, leave. 420 combined points. Thank you, Cora. It's unfortunately not 420 month, but that's okay. Ooh, and we have a high-profile matchup here. Halifax needs a bot next season named after the JWST. I like that idea, Tara. I might actually do that. Might swap out maybe one of the more... Well, maybe Event Horizon, even though it's really cool. It's not exactly named after Supernova stuff, so it'll do that. So, middleweight time. This could be a bloodbath. Second place has Yeetus in the middleweights. It has 4 rear hinge spike strip flippers, very similar to Creighton from last season. It can be very destructive when it gets under robots. Similarly, Kepler comes in for the Supernovas, which has 4 spike strip side axes. Instead of kind of going to one side, it just goes pops up straight in the air. Currently unbeaten, but it is up against a very similar robot. So, what are we thinking here, chat? This could be an issue. I guess, of course, Tara with the bit. It's a toss-up. Hey, flipper fights are always a toss-up. I'm a little worried for Kepler's kind of side pontoon setup, because if for any reason it's not perfectly matched up with Yeetus, Yeetus can go into the side of one of those pontoons and just scoop right under it. So, either way, this is going to be a one-sided match no matter how it goes. So, does seem kind of split so far, so we will see if second place can get some points here. Yo! Yeetus went right under Kepler, who bounced off the floor. It's absolutely destroying the front of Yeetus trying to self-right, but Yeetus has remained underneath it. I'm not really sure how much damage Yeetus has done to the underside of Kepler. Both robots appear to be smoking, though, especially Yeetus, my goodness. Although Yeetus has been kind of misfiring those flippers, so it's not getting that big impact to really throw Kepler around. Ooh, but Kepler has now gotten down. Wow, both robots are really beat up after this. But they have now gone to a bit of a microwave. Huh. Bit of a replay of a Noise Bomb against Overthrown from a couple weeks ago. Alright, chat. Well, normally I would use this time to ask a question, but I'm going to pitch an idea to you. I came up with an idea for a traveling robot fighting league. So let's say it's every month you have an 8-robot tournament, and you have a temporary arena that you can set up within a weekend. And it travels from country to country each month. So let's say it's based in Germany. One month it's in Germany, the next time it's in France, let's say Spain, whatever. Just bounces back and forth. It could kind of be like how Formula 1 travels around the world to various places. You kind of have like a European league almost, where you could just enter for whatever tournament it's going to be in your area that you can get to. And we can kind of almost have like a robot fighting league. Because obviously, like, month to month, like, not every team is going to be able to do each individual tournament. But, like, especially if, like, the UK, if they have one in the UK, a lot of the UK teams could jump in there. If they go to Germany, some German teams could pop in there, you know. I think that would be kind of a fun setup for just an actual league setup, instead of just, like, one tournament a year or, like, one every couple of months. You know, something that travels and shows different teams and building ideas from different areas of the world. I think that'd be kind of fun. Obviously, the logistics behind having an arena that you can take down and travel to country is a bit of an issue. That's why I said mostly in Europe, because it's a little bit easier to travel than going to, say, the US or further out. I think that'd be an interesting alternative to what we have now. And it'd probably be similar, run similarly to how like Remar's events are. It's just 8 robots. You could do it either in one day or in a weekend, and there's your event. I think that'd be kind of fun. Alright, well these two are not well done yet. They've been sitting in the microwave for 2 minutes now, and not much has happened. Well, that is going to be a judge's decision, unfortunately. And crucially, that is only 1 point available in this match. And I honestly don't even know how that's going to go, because both robots had different points of control and damage there. Could be the end of Kepler's undefeated run. We shall see. It'd be a pain for it to work internationally since many countries handle robot combat differently. That's kind of the point that I was going for, though. Is if it's a specific league, like, the specifications for it would be unique to that league and be like, all right, like, if you're doing this or whatever. And, like, I guess it depends on also how you hold the event, but that's all stuff that could be planned logistically. But, like, it's a very far-fetched idea with how many, like, the logistics behind it are insane. And, like, the funding you'd need for an entire arena and traveling country to country. Yeah. I'm sure that's a neat concept, you know. How is Halifax so bad at scoring points? Asked Tara. You know, when you go for ring outs, it's only 2 points. Like, they're not KO machines, really. And besides, it's one of my teams. Of course one of my teams sucks. Like, it's fine. Alright. Let's remove the microwave from our brain. We are now at the heavyweights. Aw, Tara has to go. Hope you're able to catch the stream later, Tara. Thanks for popping in. Oh, haha. Thank you. You can tell I'm paying attention today. Heavyweights. I promise it's the heavyweights. So, second place has Rumblebee, which is a dual front hinge flipper. It kind of has 2 wedges on the side and 2 little fork wedges there. And it has, not shown in the photo, it has wheel guards going all the way around. Can be a very defensive robot. Can also lead to a lot of stalemates, which is annoying. The Supernovas have Progenitor. Not the other one I selected, it's Progenitor. It is a quad pure flipper, has just no damaging components on them, just flipping panels. Can do a lot of really big tosses if it lines up the hits right. Tends to misfire though, so what does chat think's gonna happen? There's a spinner in the photo that says Mott Mott. Yeah, that's an old photo. We definitely did not update the photo for Rumblebee. It swapped out the spinner for defensive features on the side, so. Couple people. Chat is a little split between the two. Feeling Progenitor is going to choke again. Yeah, the pure flippers tend to choke away fights, don't they? Galactic was really bad about that last season, so. We'll see if we're able to get some more points scored here. Only 3 points so far in this match. Pretty low scoring. Ooh, Rumblebee got under Progenitor on the first impact and is absolutely caving in the front of it. Has taken off one of the flipping segments already. Both of the middle segments are already off. Absolutely destroying the front end of Progenitor. Ooh, and that was a huge KO shot in 17 seconds. Yikes. Well. So I think what actually helped there is those spike strips on the front of Rumblebee didn't let Progenitor get down. So it wasn't able to then get under Rumblebee when it swung. So that was, yikes. That was just a straight win for Rumblebee. Not stalemating, not drawing fights out at all. Just clean, efficient KO. Sheesh. Yeah, no choke here. Just straight up lost. Yep. That's how it goes. Can't choke away a fight if you were never doing well to begin with. Yeah, Rumblebee was mad after losing to Hot Mess. Yeah, that was a very good fight, though. That was a potential fight of the week candidate, even though it did not win. On the subject of fight of the week, last week's winner was exceptionally gifted against Kepler, which will be in the highlights when we're able to make them, because work sucks. Alright, time to conclude this match with the heavyweights. Second place Robotics has Supernova. Very funny that they're facing the Supernovas with a Supernova. It is a big undercutting disc spinner with 4 axe heads on it. Very defensive on either side, very well guarded wheels, very defensive robot. Supernovas have Event Horizon, which has 5 piston flipping segments that shoot straight up in the air. Pistons don't quite work like they're supposed to in real life. They have an acceptable amount of power going up, and then all of the power retracting. But with Event Horizon setup, it is able to get ring outs. It's already got 2 ring outs this season, so who do we think is going to win here? We'll say Event Horizon took on an undercutter last week in One Father and got absolutely wrecked because of the undercutter, so maybe Supernova can do the same. Can prove that the Supernovas are the stupid ones. It's ironic that the Supernova team doesn't have the Supernova clone. Don't tempt me. I could steal it. I might make one next season. We'll see. A lot of people going for Event Horizon here, so we'll see if it's able to use, if Event Horizon can use its superior drive power. Or will Supernova make Supernovas look stupid? Big toss already from Event Horizon is inverted Supernova, but it's not firing the flipping segments, and those the undercutter is getting into the top of those flipping segments, and now physics has wedged Event Horizon in the wall. Weirdos. All right, that's fun. We get to try that one again. Someone create a new bingo script with burnout shoes to the wrong robot a 3rd time. Shoosh! Happens, okay? Alright, let's see if physics decides to behave on the restart. Good old Havoc physics engine. Huge toss again from Event Horizon, and has gotten Supernova pinned to the wall again, but the undercutter, who's now on top, is carving away at the flipping segments again. Ooh, Event Horizon has backed off. It has not lost any of the flipping segments so far. Now it's going in on Supernova. Really gotten it up in the air and over into the grinder now. That's absolutely spamming those spikes. Because Event Horizon has iron spikes on it, it can do damage when it's flipping. Oh! But it was able to get Supernova up to the wall and tip it over for a 35-second ring out. Well then. That was really the fear with Supernova in that fight, because of how large it is. Event Horizon can just get stuff out of there, so very nice ring out for Halifax. So after that ring out, Halifax now has 4 points. Second place has 3, and there is an impending decision there, so we will see who actually wins this match in a little bit. Does this count as a cycle? Asked Liam. No, it all has to be from one team getting all of it, so it would have to be a sweep. Well then, that was very surprising. I believe that's also the 3rd UDA for Event Horizon, who has the most on its team. A piston flipper has the most ring outs on its team. I was not expecting that at the beginning of the season. Well, we have now reached the halfway point of our stream, so that means we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. So, take any time you need to go to the bathroom, maybe get a snack, maybe get a drink, whatever. I'm going to definitely get a drink, try to rest my voice a little bit, and we are going to kick off the second half of the stream with the Mantines taking on the C4 Circus. So, I will catch you guys then. Alright, we back, baby. Let's get back into it. So, our second half is going to start off with Moscow Mantines taking on the C4 Circus. We have quite a few good matchups coming up here soon. I have redressed myself because Sinister Creations, one of my teams, is going to be taking on No Beanie Robotics, and they're going to be a little mad because I'm the one who stole their beanie in the first place. They won't know. Alright, let's just get into it. Once again, thank you to our stream sponsors for sponsoring our stream, literally paying for our internet and letting us do what we do best. Thank you so much again. Yes. I honestly just wanted to do this aesthetic so I can actually put my hair down for once, because no one ever sees I have hair. Let's get right into the Division 3 and 4 action. We're going to start with the leaders, not only of Division 4, but of the entire league right now, the Moscow Mantines. They're taking on the C4 Circus. Ooh, this is going to be a fun rivalry match here. Because Captain Mantine, the owner of the Mantines, has had a lot of back and forth with the owner of the C4 Circus, Quora Flavomarginata. So this is why you want a beanie. Yes, rookie. Sad I couldn't just go find one, but my old winter hat will do. Alright, so the Mantines have Metallica in the lightweights. It is a rammer with kind of like a W shape of iron spikes in the front. It is very fast and kills lots of stuff. Embodies kill them all quite well, and it is very much speed metal. The C4 Circus has Clown Car in the lightweights. It is also a rammer, but this one is four-wheel drive, and it has 2 spikes in the front and a ram plate over the top. So, what does chat think is going to happen here? I'll also add to all the honks. Lots of people honking for Clown Car, but will it be able to defeat the only undefeated lightweight at the moment? We shall find out. Seems to be mostly just people going for honk. I mean, we'll see. A lot of people going for Metallica too, so we'll see if Metallica can keep its undefeated streak going and maybe repel some of those fake Stranger Things fans or whatever. Ooh, Clown Car had an opportunity to go at one of Metallica's wheels and it missed because of how narrow it is. Another shot there, but Metallica kind of oversteered, but Clown Car could not take advantage. Got a shot to the wheel of Metallica that time, but both robots kind of drunkenly trying to ram each other here. It looks like Metallica's getting the edge here, especially getting into one of Clown Car's wheels. Ooh, but Metallica has lost a wheel to the grinder now. Clown Car is in full control, just pressing Metallica into the grinder, and physics decided that Metallica is not allowed to lose yet. So we get the restart. That was a fantastic glitch for the glitch comp, so that'll be fantastic to see later. Alright, let's try this again. Ooh, this time Clown Car did get the hit on Metallica, but Metallica got a big hit kind of moving to the side on Clown Car. Clown Car is very much just like a dart. It can only hit really in very precise locations, but when it does, it can do a lot of damage. Metallica, though, doesn't care. Really shoving Clown Car back now. I do believe, even though it's only 2-wheel drive, Metallica does have the drive advantage over Clown Car. Pressing in on the right front of Clown Car, who has now lost a spike on the front. Ooh, another big ram for Metallica. Clown Car is just not able to turn and face it right now. Well, it has gotten to the side of Metallica and it had the spike in the wheel for a second, but the spike has now been ripped off. We have a weaponless Clown Car up against speed metal. Ooh, a huge ram there that led to control board shots on Clown Car, and that is going to be a knockout for Metallica in 62 seconds. Speed metal remains undefeated for one more day. One more week, I should say. That was unsurprisingly a 3-point lead for the Mantines. And now we move on to a very interesting middleweight match. That restarted match was a total fluke, says Cora, and it shouldn't have gone that way. You know, that's kind of thing that you really don't know what's going to happen. It's like, Clowncar had a really good shot there, but physics is like, nah, need a legit thing. So, time for the middleweights. The Moscow Mantines have Falcon Punch in the middleweights, a very slimmed down Falcon Punch from Season 1. It has 8 iron fists on the outside, and it's just sitting spinner that just spins there and bitch slaps things. Very effective robot. The C4 Circus has Noise Bomb, which is a dual rear hinge flipper and a front hinge flipper with swords. Could be pretty good depending on how it gets under Falcon Punch, but also it has a chassis wedge, so it can lead to a lot of damage. The only robot to beat Falcon Punch so far was Overthrown, which is not that dissimilar from Noise Bomb. So I think it's got a chance, but you know, Falcon Punch is just going to spin to win. Yeah, Metallica's this season's explicit equation. Yeah, I could kind of see that. There's not a whole lot of lightweights that can de-weapon Metallica, especially not in that side of the league. Chat does seem to be rather split at the moment between the two. We'll see if the Circus can get back in the match here. It's already down 3 points. Ooh, a huge toss from Noise Bomb immediately gets Falcon Punch to the wall. Almost had it propped up on the top of it there, but Falcon Punch did get down. Ooh, that was a very weird collision there between the two. I'm going to have to check if that was physics. They're still going at it pretty hard. I don't believe that was physics. I think Falcon Punch actually caught one of the swords on the redirect and was able to knock it over. However, Falcon Punch has now lost a wheel. Ooh, Noise Bomb's got it over and propped up on the grinder now. And all the way on top. Now, Falcon Punch is not going to be able to move from here. Well, the Noise Bomb has taken quite a lot of damage already. But, looks as though this is going to be a TKO win for the Circus. Probably for the better, too, because Noise Bomb's taking a lot of damage, and especially a one-wheel drive Falcon Punch is going to be harder to get underneath. So, 52-second TKO for the Circus. Noise Bomb was able to use its superior wedge and potentially better drive to throw the Falcon around. And now we get to have some heavyweight chaos, and this is another very interesting matchup. This whole match between the Circus and Moscow is very close, very tight matchups, except for Clowncar, I guess. All right, so. The Moscow Mantines have 917 in the heavyweights. It is another Lamar style flipper, but this one I believe has 4 or 5 rear hinge spike flippers. Still very potent, just like 787B from earlier today. The C4 Circus has Random Axe of Violence, a very unique weapon combination. It has 4 side axes, kind of spike strips and iron spikes on the side, and a high-powered saw blade in the middle. Completely unique to the league and very destructive. It is the most damaging heavyweight by points total and by DPS by a lot. It's just the most damaging robot. So, but it's also facing a wedge. What does chat think is going to happen? A lot of people going for RAV, a couple for 917 maybe. I think it's all going to be down to if 917 can keep Random Acts of Violence in the air. Because if it does not, then Random Acts of Violence is going to pop in those hits pretty well. So, and as we know, saw blades are the best wedge. So let's see which of these two robots takes the lead of the match for everybody. Ooh, so 917 actually stalemated with the saw blade on RAV and has flipped over as a result, but it can drive invert it and immediately got some hits to the top of Random Acts of Violence. Both kind of meeting up again. Random Acts of Violence has been tossed quite a bit, but it is absolutely caving in the front of 917. Ooh, and there's already control board hits. Damage is really piling up on 917. It has removed the saw blade on Random Acts of Violence, lost a wheel, and its control board. a 26-second KO for the most damaging heavyweight. That was vicious. Yikes. 917 had the strategy. It was really throwing RAV around, but the damage just piled up a little too quickly. Yeah, 26 seconds and 4,700 damage points, yeah. RAV's DPS is going to be insane. I'm actually going to check what that is in just a second after I set this next matchup. Aw, man! What is with the Mantines and crashing my game? Happens every week, I'm telling you. Once again, thank you to our stream sponsors for sponsoring the stream. Our support knows no bounds. It'll actually be interesting because obviously our $15 patrons can see the robots that we are building, and if you check out the Heavy Metal Robotics Facebook page, we actually just posted a teaser for what our Robo-Nerd robot is going to be, so you guys should check that out when you get the chance. Obviously the patrons will get a more in-depth analysis to it, but we can tease you to what we're bringing to the UK. Yes, round the super heavies now. Our AV's DPS is now 141. Yikes. Hate to see that. Alright, so the Moscow Mantines have Bolshevik Barracuda in the super heavyweights. It is a dual overhead axe kind of thing, but instead of the axe being straight, they're kind of at an angle. It has lots of spiky wedge stuff there, and it has four-wheel drive, which makes it deceptively fast and dangerous. It's kind of the aberrant of this season, to be honest. But the C4 Circus is freak show. It is a four-wheel drive piston drill. It's a drill spinner with spike clubs on there, but it's on a piston. Again, a very unique weapon combination, but it has lots of front defenses and is honestly more known for controlling fights rather than KOing stuff. So, what does chat think is going to happen to close this match? The Mantines are down by 2. They need a KO to win, and Circus has a robot purely designed to prevent robots from winning. Just control them around and make them have a bad time. Seems to be a lot of people going for a freak show right now. I'd say that's a relatively good shout, but the Mantines are not #1 overall for nothing. They could very easily turn this around into a win. So let's see if they can rebound. Ooh, they kind of met in the middle, and Barracuda misfired its flipper, or its axes, and that allowed Freak Show to get underneath and is now to the back. It is taking off part of the back fin of Barracuda and is really caving in the left side of the rear of Bolshevik Barracuda, doing a lot of damage now. But is it going to back off? I'm not sure if there's a count going right now. It is... Freak Show is absolutely unrelenting trying to finish this match for the Circus. Ooh, and it's now kind of gotten under the wheel of the Barracuda. Just spazzing its flippers trying to do anything, and now with Barracuda on top of it, Freak Show is able to grind at the underside of the Barracuda. Things are looking bleak for the Mantines right now. One of their KO artists is having a really bad time right now. Freak Show is doing a great job of staying on Barracuda, not letting it turn. Really doing damage to the inner wheels there on Barracuda. Now gotten under the Barracuda again. Oh, they've broken off to break a pin. Wow, Barracuda's really slow now. Ooh, but the Barracuda is underneath Freak Show just a little bit right now. But it does not have the reach to get into the chassis or the weapon. Although Freak Show has been driven into the grinder, it does have rear protection. Ooh, and because the Freak Show removed the wedge, it was able to get a KO on Barracuda. 122 left. That is a 98-second knockout for Freak Show. For being a control bot, that was a very efficient kind of grinding way to get that damage in. Instead of going for the big hits, just slowly going through its chassis. And that is a match win for the Circus. They have won 8-3 over the #1 team in the league. That's not looking good for the Mantines. The Mantines are currently 6 points ahead of their next competition and pretty far back for the rest of them, so unless Pink Chaos gets like a perfect score, they should probably maintain the Division 4 lead. That's a big blow against the Circus. We now move to match number 10. One of our patron matches. Good to see it. We're going to have the Rotterdam Invaders, who is built by LOC, a very popular DSL player as well. And he'll be taking on the Perth Hellrazers, which is Razor 259's team. Barracuda's 4-wheel drive S Nightmare. Yes, it is. It has 2 wheels embedded in the center, so it is deceptively fast, at least in a straight line. Turning, it's a little but, you know. Alright, well, the Rotterdam Invaders have Kang in the lightweights. It is a dual side axe robot, a very popular weapon type for this league, although it's kind of a more war pick style axe going in the center. It is the most damaging lightweight by DPS. It really lays on the damage when it can actually do the damage. The Perth Hellrazers have Stone Imp, which is a vertical spinner with 4 razor tips on there. Because of its bracket wedge, it kind of sits propped up in the air, similarly to Backlash from classic BattleBots. So it's a very interesting robot as well. Also very damaging, so this could be a very even matchup. A lot of people think this is going to be a great lightweight matchup. Kang is the juicy exposed chassis, says Razor. Yes. I'm a little worried for the bracket wedge on Stone Imp, though. We'll see who gets the better of each exchange with their weapons here. Seems to be a lot of people. Actually, no, it's relatively split. So we'll see which of these two is able to take advantage of the match first. Ooh, a huge hit immediately from Stone Imp. It appears that its weapon it has more reach than Kang, because Kang's weaponry is barely clipping the chassis of Stone Imp. Although Stone Imp's weapon was down briefly. It is already getting KO board shots on the exposed front of Kang, and it's gotten a 15-second knockout. Alright, well, those razor tips were a great choice of weaponry for Stone Imp. Immediately going straight at the heart, going for those control board points. As you can see here, Kang has more damage points scored, but those were more to components, whereas Stone Imp did all of its damage to the chassis. That is a quick 3 points to the Hellrazers. The aliens have been brought to hell. Now we go to our middleweight matchup. Bit of a mirror match, to a degree. Freak Show reminds Mr. Circuit of an actual rock drill. That's kind of similar to what Big Boar is from the Colliers, too, but yeah, Freak Show is a very fascinating robot. Alright, time for the middleweights. The Rotterdam Invaders have sleeve 1 exclamation point question mark. It is another asymmetric spinner, but has much more weaponry. It has 2 spike strips on the far end and double hammerheads on the counterweight. Can be very destructive, but is also rather slow with its weapon. The Perth Hellrazers have Marauder, which is also a horizontal spinner, has 3 spike clubs on a tri-bar, and also similar to Stone Imp, because of how it's propped up there, it's a little bit more angled. Not enough to make it a dual weapon type, it is still angled slightly. So, as Helen pointing out, it's not about how many damage points you get, it's where you hit it. Yes. Probably the best example of that is Rhino, who we'll get to later in the stream. It just has these long axes that just reach around everyone's armor and just kill them from there. So, chat seems to largely be on Marauder's side. A couple going for sleeve. Yeah, this is another bit of a toss-up mirror match here, because it really depends on who de-weapons who first. So, and Marauder could hit some exposed chassis here, yeah. We'll see if the Hellrazers can build on their lead. Maybe get out of the basement of their division. Ooh, a massive hit from Sleeve there. Oh, Marauder was able to break off the actual pointy part of Sleeve's weapon because of being angled like that. So now Sleeve is just a counterweight, and it's going to be massively unbalanced now. Already lost one of the hammerheads too, so Marauder's weapon is doing a lot to work. Although Marauders exposed the right side wheel and has now lost a wheel to the counterweight from Sleeve. That is very bad. Although now Sleeve has lost its entire weapon and is flailing around because it's very unbalanced spike. I was not expecting a cripple fight here, but here we are. Marauder has very little movement because it is only one-wheel drive, and Sleeve cannot stay on the ground very well. Also very fast, too. Hello, Blacksbird. Welcome to the stream. We're already on to match 10. Oh, no! Sleeve drove into the grinder and lost a wheel. Yikes. Now this is definitely a cripple fight. How is this going to go? We have nearly 2 minutes left, and we have a cripple fight on our hands. Somebody got counted out. Oh, it appeared to be Marauder. Marauder was not able to break the TKO count with only one-wheel drive. Oh, no. That is going to be an official TKO, though. Yikes. So even though Sleeve was crippled in the corner, it gets a 76-second TKO victory. Being able to snipe that wheel off of Marauder made the difference. That's a very bizarre way to win a fight there. Yeah, did not expect that, says Mr. Circuit. I really did not either. That, like, I heard the count and I was like, wait, it's not broken yet? I don't know what Marauder's drive power is, but it might not be enough to break counts when it's only got one wheel. It's a very unfortunate loss. Yes, Sleeve's dance moves saved her from the TKO count, yes. Oh, both us and the NHRL League are on today. Yeah, good old Norwalk. I don't watch their stuff, because I don't care. Alright. Heavyweight matchup time. The Invaders have Pathfinder in the heavyweights. It is a dual front hinge flipper. It has Bushido swords that come out from the center of the chassis. It also has these two grinding discs on the side with blades on them to do a little bit of grinding damage when stuff is sitting on top of it. Again, a very unique weapon combination. The Hellrazers have Revenant, which is a dual overhead pick weapon. Very damaging, and it kind of has these claws to the side to kind of corral robots, but it can be really damaging when it gets its weapon into play. It does not have much of a ground game, though. So what is chat thinking is going to happen here? Kind of split so far. Yeah, the Razor pointing out that Revenant's ground game is pretty bad, so we'll see if Pathfinder is able to take advantage, and even if it's not, if Revenant can just get the claws in on the top there, it can do a load of damage, so all might not be lost for the Hellrazers here. Pathfinder goes right under Revenant, immediately inverts it and pushes it over to the wall, and it is now swinging, taking off one of the claws on the side. Not giving Marauder or Revenant an inch here. Very slowly moving Revenant over towards a grinder. Being propped up like this, Revenant could potentially self-right, but Pathfinder is going to put it on top of the grinder, maybe to immobilize it. Pathfinder's also a metal band, says Nightmare. Pathfinder's also an extension of D&D that I'm going to be playing soon. There appears to be a count right now, but I don't believe this is going to be a pin because Marauder or Revenant was not able to move from there and was fully inverted, so I believe that is going to be an official TKO loss in 47 seconds for Pathfinder. That gives the Rotterdam Invaders the lead in the match. Now 4-3. Are you joining a Pathfinder campaign in person? Yes, my buddy's been writing the Pathfinder campaign for months now. So I've never actually played Pathfinder, but we'll find out if I know what I'm doing or not. It's like I've played D&D plenty of times, so the base mechanics are fine. It's just the more nuanced technical side of Pathfinder I need to get used to. Alright, well, super heavyweight time to decide this match. So Rotterdam's only up by 1 point. The Invaders have Boolean, which is our other super heavyweight piston flipper. Although unlike Event Horizon, which has flipping segments that go upwards, Boolean has kind of ram plate segments that shoot up at an angle. Can still do a lot of... It can still really get stuff thrown up very easily. It's gotten an UDA at least this year, so pretty effective. Perth Hellrazers have Baron of Hell, which is a 6-wheel drive, kind of Gladiator style robot. But even though it has a lifting spike in the center, it's all about speed and ramming with those horns in there. So, do we think Baron of Hell's ground game is going to help against Boolean or not? Because Baron of Hell doesn't have much of a ground game, but Boolean stuff is still static. It's not on a snapper motor, so depending on how this ends up, this could go either way. Now people going for Boolean. Boolean did UDA itself last week, as Razor mentioned, so I mean, hey, maybe the same might happen again. We don't know. It was one of the weird things that happened. Let's see if Rotterdam is able to close this match, or if the Hellrazers can pull out under a reverse card. Ooh, they met up in the middle. Baron of Hell very quickly moved back, but has already been inverted by Boolean. Baron of Hell's ground game is not good enough to withstand the piston flipper, as it turns out. Boolean's just kind of camping under there right now. Is it going to leave it alone? Because Baron of Hell can move upside down. Yep, there we go. Alright, they broke the count. That's good. Ooh, a huge toss from Boolean. Almost got Baron of Hell on top of the grinder, but was able to get down briefly. Oh, no! But Boolean misfired its pistons and is now on top of Baron of Hell. And this could be very bad for Boolean. Oh, no, but Baron of Hell backed away. And is now being tossed around again. Baron of Hell is taking some damage from those ram plates. The top panel is not looking too good on it. Jeez, the back side, definitely. Boolean is not the most damaging of piston flippers, but it can rack them up over time. Now got Baron of Hell propped up against the wall, and I don't believe the Baron of Hell is able to get down from that position. Oh no. It is slowly moving towards the grinder, but if Boolean leaves it alone, I think this might be a TKO here. Oh, Baron of Hell was able to just get traction to get off there, and Boolean puts it right back over the grinder and high centers it in a way that it cannot drive away from. Yikes. Boolean wants that TKO. He's like, no, you are staying there. So that is going to be a TKO for Boolean here in 99 seconds. Lots of TKOs in this matchup here. Actually, like, all three of the fights that Rotterdam won here were all TKOs. That's interesting. I'll have to look up if we've ever had a sweep where it was all TKOs or something like that. I also noticed someone putting that as a highlight. I'll throw that in the highlights too. Also, throw some of the potential fight of the weeks in here for me, because like I haven't seen anything that's particularly impressed me so far this week. So if you guys have anything in particular, shout it out to me as I set up our 11th match of this stream. We're going to go to the Hard Luck team, Team Sanctuary. I say Hard Luck, third in their division, but they've had a bad time as of late. They'll be taking on the NYC Pride. Yes, you are up, Nightmare 27. Nightmare 27 being the owner of Team Sanctuary. There's also San Antonio versus New York. That's kind of neat. So Team Sanctuary enters the lightweights with Excavator. It is another overhead claw style robot, although this one has a much narrower chassis shape to it and kind of has sword wheel guards off to the side. downside is it has aluminum armor, which is not very good. However, I'm not sure if it's going to matter as much because they're facing Bicerabot from NYC, sporting the bisexual colors. It is a rear hinge flipper with 2 spike strip segments in the middle. Is not able to self-right though. So, and I also believe Bicerabot does not want to fight yet. So, what are we thinking here, chat? Could be interesting depending on how Excavator lines up with Bicerabot on the opening charge. So I don't believe Excavator is able to self-right, and I'm not sure the wheels touch the ground on the back, but neither does Bicerabot as a flipper. So. Bicerabot gonna die Bicerabot. Yeah, maybe. Chat honestly seems kind of split, so we'll see which team takes advantage here. If Bicerabot can get its first win, maybe. And they have perfectly stalemated in the middle. This is every BattleBots fight from the last 5 years, just nothing but ground game. Although, Excavator is getting shoved back towards the grinder. And those wheels look like they're gonna take grinding damage immediately. Yep, Excavator's now in the grinder. That right side wheel definitely is taking some grinding damage. Bicerabot just pinning Excavator to the wall, not letting him go. Backs up now. Ooh, Bicerabot was able to get to the wheel guard of Excavator and got a brief lift on it, and has now tipped Excavator over. Its wheels do touch the ground, so it is able to move. Wasn't able to self-right without help there, though. Bicerabot just going up, lifting it around. Now Bicerabot is pinning it to the wall in a very questionable manner. I didn't, well, I don't, not that I know Excavator's gender, but I did not know you were into that, Bicerabot. And they have once again stalemated in the center of the arena. Alright. Ooh, Bicerabot was able to get under Excavator, but it misfired its weapon briefly. Excavator's not really able to make use of that top claw at all. I don't think it's gotten any hits on Bicerabot so far. Bicerabot just spamming that flipper, trying to get some aggression points here maybe. As the fight is dwindling down to almost a minute left. Doesn't look like Excavator has a whole lot of traction when it's upside down like this either. That or Bicerabot's... Ooh, I'm gonna need to rewatch that, but I think that might necessitate a restart, because that lifted Excavator back up on the ground. Yeah, that's gonna be a restart, unfortunately. Because that was the spike of Excavator hitting it and then just physicsing over, so that's a restart. Ooh, hopefully there's not many more of these. Excavator's really bad with restarts, too. Oh, this time Bicerabot was able to get under Excavator and flip it over from the start. And we're now going back to very questionable maneuvers. Excavator is showing that it can drive around pretty decently upside down. However, Bicerabot is not giving it any chance to get away. Bicerabot's kind of pinning Excavator's claw in a way, trying not to let it self-right. Not really sure if Bicerabot's spike strips are doing any damage while it's trying to flip Excavator here. Bit of a scrappy lightweight fight here. Ooh, there was a count on Excavator briefly, but it was able to drive away. This is definitely... Like, when they talk about all of the robot fights that happen, this is definitely one of them. That's about it, though. I'm actually wondering if Excavator is able to drive quickly enough, it might actually be able to flip the weight back around and get over, but it's just going head-on with Bicerabot, not really doing a whole lot. Halfway through this very odd lightweight fight. Can't say I was really expecting this, but it was a weird matchup to begin with. Excavator has now been self-righted by Bicerabot, and because of those wheel guards, it's not able to turn all the way around to face Bicerabot. I'm not sure what motors Bicerabot has, but it might actually have faster drive. Oh no, but now Bicerabot's in the Crusher, and Excavator's absolutely tearing into that left side of Bicerabot. What a mistake from Bicerabot. It was controlling this fight the entire time, and just fed itself into the claw for a ton of damage. Bicerabot's now just trying to stalemate to drag the time out here after big switch there. Now they appear to be in a bit of a microwave fight. 30 seconds left, and this is going to be a very odd decision if it gets there. Oh yes, thank you, Steve-O. Got too complacent and forgot about the crushability factor. I need to start using crushability more when talking about crushers. Get that Jonathan Pierce commentary in here. Briefly. And they end the fight in a stalemate. Well then. That was definitely one of the fights of this stream. Not entirely sure how that one's going to be scored, because Excavator had a very quick swap of control, which, even though I would say Bicerabot probably had more control overall, that was a huge loss of control that led to a lot of damage for Bicerabot. So, we'll find out what the judges score this says later in the week. Now we get to do middleweights. Ooh, this could be a fun match for everyone who follows this series. So, Team Sanctuary has the undefeated RRL. It is a rear hinge flipper, 4 spike strips in the middle, very similar to Yeetus from earlier. However, RRL's undefeated. I think it has 4 KOs. It only broke its KO streak last week, so pretty effective robot. And it's facing Panther from the NYC Pride, sporting the pansexual colors. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer that doesn't know how to stop. So, what does everyone in chat think's gonna happen here? Is RRL gonna get a KO? Is it gonna be a Sledgefest? Panther's actually one of the most damaging middleweights so far, because its fights are so short that like it just gets a ton of damage and it just loses. So, you know, it could depend here. I would not want to be in the crowd to watch this fight, let me tell you that. Yeah, everyone going for RRL. Mostly going for a Sledgefest, let's be honest. So, let's see if Panther gives the people what they want. Will Panther stay in the arena? And the answer is yes. It did like a skateboard trick on the rail there. That was awesome. But RRL is having none of it. Pushing Panther over towards the grinder and flipping it a ton. Panther just spazzing around trying to get away, create some separation. And RRL says, get out. That is an 18-second ring out from RRL. RRL's like, you know what? If you're not gonna exit, I'm gonna make you exit. I'm gonna get that ring out regardless. RRL thinking the long game, going for a set long term. Right. And that is a 2-point ring out for Team Sanctuary. RRL remains undefeated one more week. Fortunately, Team Sanctuary goes from their undefeated robot to their winless robot. Ooh, this could be brutal. Yeah, Panther Ollie skid flipped that one there, yeah. That's what I was thinking, Tom. It looked like a skateboard trick. That was really cool. And I notate that one for possible fight of the week. Not fight of the week, highlights, sorry. Anyway, heavyweight time. Team Sanctuary has Fire Prince in the heavyweights. It is a dual vertical spinner, kind of a mix between Psychogenic Harmfulness and Bioshocker from last season, except it's never won a fight. Been one of the most unluckiest robots. It's like top 5 damage in the heavyweights, and it looks the part. It's just not quite able to get those wins yet. And it's facing Transfusion, which is a triple rear front hinge flipper with spike strips, 4-wheel drive, and is currently undefeated, and I think has the highest DPS in the heavyweights. So Fire Prince has a bit of a strong match here. As you can tell, we are, as always, repping Transfusion behind us here. A lot of people going for Transfusion. We pray for a Fire Prince win, says KJ. You know, I would like to see Fire Prince get at least one win here. Like, it's just gotten so unlucky. It's like Collier's level of luck. Like, it should be doing good, but I don't know. Transfusion might be in trouble because its burst wedges are too far apart. You're not wrong, but I feel like with its drive power, it might pop Fire Prince's static wedges in the air. I don't know. Picking Fire Prince because the RRL defies any logic. Yes. Well, let's see if the winless robot can defeat the undefeated robot. Transfusion immediately goes right in, makes Fire Prince do a double front flip, got a huge hit on the motor immediately, popped Fire Prince up on the wall, and because of its spinners, it fell out of the arena in 10 seconds. Welp. Turns out Transfusion was not happy with Panther exiting the arena, so it had to throw Fire Prince out there too. Saying, hey, go get my dead brother, please. Alright, so that's swapping 2 points between the two teams there. All coming down to the Super Heavies now. Oh, thanks, Blackbird, for complimenting my hair. Yeah, I don't show off my hair that much because if I keep it down, I get like massive acne on my ears. And if I'm eating, this obviously gets in the way, so I try to keep it up the best I can. It's now time to conclude this match. Ooh, boy. Yeah, 0-6 for the Fire Prince. At least it was a mercy kill, says Nightmare. Yeah, that could have been a lot deadlier, but, I mean, Fire Prince gave it a shot. I think it might have gotten at least one hit with its spinner balls flipping, but, like, Transfusion is such a bad matchup for Fire Prince. Alright. I also just realized I didn't make the joke. Fire Prince just got exiled from the arena. We're going to retcon that and say, let's say I say it was exiled. Anyway. Super Heavies, Comatose for Team Sanctuary. 6-wheel drive rammer, doesn't know how to stop, just charges everything. I say it doesn't know how to stop. It's been very tactical with its rams. Like it uses its weapon power at the front to kind of de-weapon stuff, maybe get through a bit of armor, and then go in for the kill afterwards. Against NYC Pride's Friendly Fire, that might be necessary. Friendly Fire is a dual vertical spinner, similar to Fire Prince, but it's 4-wheel drive, has a burst-mounted wedges on the front, has some ram plates, and a bit of defense on the back. This will be interesting to see how this goes. Both robots have weapon power to counter each other. I think it's mostly going to be down to maneuverability and speed. That's something that Comatose probably has over Friendly Fire. Yeah, Nightmare himself, 50-50, so... It's not a flipper fight, but this is a toss-up. Yeah, chat seems kind of split so far, so... It's going to be big because there's only 2 points each right now with that impending decision, obviously. We don't know which way it's going to go. So, this is what's going to conclude the match. See which of these teams can get the win. Both meet in the middle immediately. Ooh, Friendly Fire sniped one of the side spikes off of Comatose. But Comatose is using its superior drive power to shove Friendly Fire back. That was physics, and it flipped Friendly Fire over, so that's going to necessitate a restart, my friends. Friendly Fire was not a fan of jamming those spikes in there, so we get to restart. Take 2. Meet in the middle again. Comatose pushes Friendly Fire all the way back, no problem. Really taking it to those weaponry. Got the rear defensive work on Friendly Fire into the grinder. Though Friendly Fire has gotten through at least a couple of the spike strips already on Comatose. Friendly Fire's weapon is much more potent than I thought. Although, Comatose has gotten through the armor in the front of Friendly Fire, but it's losing all of its weaponry. It's gotten Friendly Fire flipped over now, but Friendly Fire is able to move still with those weapons like that. And Comatose is down a wheel. huge turn for both of these robots already. Ooh, a huge hit at the top of Comatose. Comatose does not have very good armor either, so it's got to be very careful not to run under friendly fire's disc often. It's doing a good job of moving friendly fire around, although that's now 3 wheels off of Comatose. Friendly fire's using the top rip strategy here, taking out Comatose, just letting it kill itself by running underneath it. Oh, there's a KO shot there. And that is going to be a knockout from Friendly Fire. 70 seconds. In what was honestly a very competitive matchup. That was actually really good. Ooh, that is a ton of damage points going around here. 22,000 damage points between the two of them. That is insane. However, that does seal the match for NYC Pride. They have at least 5 points, and Sanctuary has at least 2, so judge's decision will not dictate who wins this one. That was a very fun matchup, though. Damn, what a match. Yeah, I gotta agree, that was a really good match, even for the kind of short Udas. Like, that was a good back and forth between both teams, even for the weird lightweight match. I don't really know how to talk about that one. Alright, we are on to match 12 now. Now we get the appearance of our all-free agent team. If I can find them. Plan Z, the Zeds. They're going to be taking on Team Permanganate. Also, the Plan Z coming from Leafeon, one of our patron supporters. So we get patrons popping in now. Could be Fight of the Week, says Core, if schedule doesn't impress. Yeah, I noted that one now. It's the only Fight of the Week candidate I've noted so far. I'll probably find more like watching through later, but everything so far has been rather cut and dry, I think. So, yeah, it happens. So, Plan Z enters the lightweights with Geohash. It is a rear hinge flipper, but instead of using a panel or a spike, it uses a snowplow to move stuff around. It's deceptively good. Even in its losses, it's been able to control robots really well, and it actually got a 7-second ring out last week against 1 o'clock, so it can be a deceptively good robot. Team Permanganate has Chloe the Crustacean, yet another crab. It is a dual side axe with very similar kind of war pick style axes. Very tiny, compact robot as well. What does chat think is going to happen here? Do we think Geohash has what it takes to defeat the superior weaponry? I think Chloe will win, but Geohash is one of my favorites. Yeah, Geohash, I actually kind of like Geohash now. Like, I thought it was kind of just an interesting robot, but like its fights have been impressive for being a non-damaging flipper. That's also geohashing. Like, I haven't been geohashing in a while. I should probably do that sometime. Oh, actually, maybe when I get a bit of time. It's still weird and amusing that 3 teams just happen to have crabs, says Cora. It happens. I mean, it makes sense. It's side axe robot being crab themed because crabs obviously have the claws at the side. Makes sense. We just need an actual walker to be a crab. That would be cool. Pretty much everyone going for Chloe, or just rooting for Geohash to live. We'll see. See if Plan Z can steal a win here. Got a big toss on Chloe, but Chloe's been able to get underneath the flipping plow on Geohash and is going in at the underside of the front. Ooh, but Geohash has been able to get a flip on Chloe now, who is invertible, so not going to matter quite as much. Geohash has gotten Chloe over to the wall and is encouraging it towards the grinder. At least one of the side axes on Chloe got into the grinder, but Geohash getting some good lifts now. Full 360 flip over its head there with Chloe. Geohash doing a good job of controlling the fight, but Chloe has gotten Geohash over into the grinder and is digging away at the underside. You definitely see the damage racking up on Geohash's chassis, who has now just lost its flipping plow. Oh no. So now Geohash is weaponless up against one of the most destructive lightweights. It has now lost a wheel as well. Control board hits. See, Permanganate is going for those quick 3 points as usual. there is the knockout that we were waiting for. What is that? 78 seconds for Chloe. Took a little bit of time because Geohash was giving it trouble, but Chloe was able to get the KO in the end. I think it's also the most damage points Geohash has scored so far this season. Now we go to the middleweights. I just noticed a 5-pound super chat from Tamopris. But a nice weekend, turned 35 Friday, had a truncated pub crawl Saturday, went to a food craft festival and spent time with family. That sounds like an absolutely fantastic birthday weekend. Happy birthday, Tamopris. I'm happy you're having a good time. Thank you as always for supporting the stream and what we do. This, I believe, is the first time Chloe has gone more than a minute. That's interesting. Geohash puts on great fights despite losing most, as Leafeon. Yeah, Geohash has been impressive for losing. Is like, I think it's only won one fight, and every fight it's been in has been impressive in some way, so not bad. Anyway, middleweight time. Plan Z enters with Planetary Conqueror. It is a overhead bar spinner with 4 iron spikes on each side. A little bit different from last season, where it's now down to 2-wheel drive, where it has a bit of front defense. Hasn't been anywhere near as good. It's only won one fight. It's been very bad so far. I don't know why, but sometimes that's how it goes. Team Permanganate has Quasar in the middleweights. It's kind of like a vertical drum spinner with Bushido swords. Kind of acts like a rotary lifting device, also a bit of a drum spinner. Has nice long forky wedges off the side too. Can really move robots around when it gets stuff up onto the drum. So, what does chat think is going to happen? A lot of people going with Quasar here. Geohash won at least 2, says Cora. I'll double check that in a second. Oh yeah, Geohash does have 2 wins, okay. I don't remember what its other one. I think it was, it's JD over Impact. You're right. I just remember the spectacular Uda against 1 o'clock from last week, so. Largely depends on which direction PC's weapon spins. I believe it spins clockwise, so it's going on the motor side of Quasar, so this could be interesting. Alright. Ooh, Quasar immediately exposed the side, and Planetary Conqueror immediately got a hit on the weapon motor. Oh, and it's already taken it off. Quasar briefly was able to move Planetary Conqueror around, but it has already lost the drum. Those fork stabilizers are doing a great job of pushing Planetary Conqueror around, but it's taking a ton of chassis damage still in the process. Oh, and Physics has decided that Planetary Conqueror needs to go home. Well, that's gonna be a restart. I gotta say, the physics issues we've been having this week have been fantastic to watch. Nothing interdimensional, but still pretty good heats nonetheless. Ooh, this time Quasar kind of spun to the side, and Planetary Conqueror is digging up the left side of the armor instead, just barely going over the top of the spinner. They're kind of going weapon to weapon. I can't really tell who is winning right now. Now Quasar's gotten to the side of Planetary Conqueror, almost got it flipped over, and has now got it pinned over towards the grinder, doing a ton of grinding damage just sitting underneath the Conqueror right now. Both robots kind of reset. Wow, Planetary Conqueror went straight up Quasar's wedge there. Something came flying off. I had no idea what that was. I think it might have been a weapon off of Planetary Conqueror's spinner. Ooh, and now a sword has come off of Quasar's drum. It's been very back and forth so far. Now Planetary Conqueror has gotten the weapon motor off of Quasar. But Quasar has gotten Planetary Conqueror over to the grinder and gotten control board hits on it. Quasar has also lost a wheel. Ooh, that was very bizarre. That might have been Physics that actually caused that collision there, though. I need to look at that. Okay, yeah, so that's actually going to be a restart, because Planetary Conqueror was accelerated into Quasar by a physics glitch, and that caused the control board hit, so that is a restart. That's a very bizarre one right there. So this is take 3. Quasar going right under Planetary Conqueror again, having no trouble moving it around, and it has inverted it already. Planetary Conqueror is not able to self-right. I think it's flipped all the way over. Although Planetary Conqueror has done damage to that spinning motor for Quasar. It's already smoking. The motor protection not doing a whole lot for Quasar right now. Ooh, but Planetary Conqueror's gotten to the side and has taken the drum motor off. Ooh, minor physics, but nothing really happened there, so we will let it continue. Quasar trying to get those forks into play and shove Planetary Conqueror around. It's gotten it over into the grinder. Huge damage on the Conqueror. It's taken a ton of damage to that left rear drive motor. And Quasar's just kind of holding it there for right now. He's going to have to back up to break a pin here. Ooh, Conqueror has lost a wheel and is on control board hits from being shoved into the grinder. Huge turnaround in this fight for Quasar. Quasar just using that drive power and those forks to help it out, but they now are both down a wheel. Although Quasar does appear to have more maneuverability without having the spinner attached there, compared to Planetary Conqueror anyway. Oh, but Planetary Conqueror sniped off its remaining wheel. Yikes! So, assuming physics does not interfere here, that is going to be a TKO for the Conqueror. What an interesting fight that was. That is a 100-second TKO for Planetary Conqueror. That was a very fascinating back and forth there. Only 30 damage point difference. That's very fascinating. Well, Plan Z was able to get some points back after taking the early KO. Took a little time, but we got there. What a bizarre one this was going to be. I'm also going to note that for Fight of the Week, because that was very entertaining in my eyes, at least. That's a possible one for later. Boy, my brain is very shut off right now, my goodness. Alright, time for heavyweights. And it is time for Mad Train for Plan Z. It is a 6-wheel drive rammer with a battering ram of axe heads. Could do a lot of damage if it lines stuff up properly, or it could be a sludge and just throw itself around. We don't know. It's a bit of a wild card. Team Permanganate has Roadman, which has 4 saw spinners in the front, and very nice fork wedges in the front. Very good at controlling fights and just doing damage over time. I'm not sure it's going to be able to compete with the weaponry of Mad Train, but it might not have to if it gets to the side of it. So, and Roadman also has like an entirely sloped back end, so if it just spins around and lets Mad Train ram up it, that's an UDA. This could be fun. Thank you, Steve-O. Silly robots. Trains don't use roads. More glitches to come. Yeah. The weapon motors on Roadman are exposed, so we'll see if any issues happen there. But this could be a very fun fight. Let's see what happens. Who will get the edge? Ooh, Mad Train avoided the box rush immediately. Kind of more tactical approach going to the side of Roadman, although it is now going head-on. Roadman has gotten to the side briefly for Mad Train. But Mad Train is using its drive power to shove Roadman around. Huge impact there. Ooh, and Roadman has gotten underneath Mad Train and grinded up the underside of it just a little bit. Mad Train was briefly into the grinder there. Whoa, that was a very near UDA from Mad Train. It scooped right up those saw blades on Roadman. Now taking one of them off. It's got Roadman over by the grinder, and Roadman has now lost its left side wheel to the grinder. Mad Train is now in full control with the lack of maneuverability here. It's got to be careful not to go up that wedge of Roadman, though, because it could throw itself out of the arena very easily. Oh, and Mad Train has lost a wheel at some point. I didn't even see that. Ooh, and it looks like Mad Train caught the last wheel on Roadman. So, is Mad Train going to leave it for a TKO, or is it going to go in for the 3 points? What are they going to do? Plansy is down by 1 point here, so a 3-point knockout would get him much better positioning for the Super Heavyweight match. Another big ram from Mad Train. Goodness. It looks like it's going to leave Roadman alone. That is going to be an 89-second TKO for the Mad Train. So the Mad Train was a little more tactical this time. Not quite as mad as normal, but that's okay. Did what it had to do to score points for its team. Yes, the Mad Train has no brakes, is Nightmare. Yes, there are no brakes on this train. Only death. See, instead of being like a rammer where like you drive it around really fast, you just like set the launch coordinates for Mad Train and hit the go button and just watch what happens. Very Gladiator-esque. We now get the Super Heavyweight match. Oh yes, no brakes, but it did feel like it was coasting. Yeah, Mad Train has been madder, but it did what it had to do to win, so it's okay. You don't have to be mad all the time. It's okay. Anyway, Plan Z has Giant Enemy Crab, yet another crab robot. It is a dual kind of drum spinner. It's spike strips on a disc that kind of rotate around the disc itself. Has pretty good ground game and actually has 4-wheel drive. There are 2 wheels embedded in the center of it there. Could be pretty good at the ground game, but also doesn't drive inverted. Team Permanganate has their namesake, Permanganate. It is a singular overhead claw kind of weapon, but it has very defensive front features and side features and everything, and it has 2 extenders on the side on motors to self-right if it gets flipped over. This could be a very fascinating matchup. Kind of slow, grindy damage versus something designed to withstand slow, grindy damage. What does chat think is going to happen? A lot of people seem to be split at the moment. This feels like RNG for whoever's weapon falls off first. Yeah, it depends on how Permanganate lines up, I think, because if it lines up perfectly and goes through the center, the weapon's going to come right off because that's where the drills are. But if it goes slightly to the side, it could snap one of the motors off of the crab. So, yeah, chat's pretty split. So let's see who's able to win this match and actually win the match for the team. It's only 4-3 right now. Ooh, they line up in the middle. Permanganate definitely has the weapon advantage, but it has lost its snapper-mounted wedge, and it has now lost most of its entire axe. So, Giant Enemy Crab, its drills are definitely doing work, but does not have the pushing power in comparison to Permanganate. Looks like one of Permanganate's front ram plates has come off, but I don't believe Giant Enemy Crab's weaponry is really into the chassis at all. Those spike strips on the side of Permanganate are keeping Giant Enemy Crab at bay. Doing a great job of dragging this fight out right now. Those are the top ram plates off of Permanganate. It's a very fascinating kind of stalemate here, considering one of the robots doesn't have a wedge anymore, but it's the perfect geometry to keep Giant Enemy Crab at bay. Draw this fight up for a decision, maybe. I mean, it would work for... it would depend on if Permanganate can win this, because in the event they do win a decision, that would be a tied match. So, kind of conceding the weapon power and just going for a slow, methodical match to win a decision, maybe. That'd be a pretty good strategy, honestly. Just guarantee at least a tie, prevent Plan Z from getting that extra bonus point for winning the match. does appear that Giant Enemy Crab's motors are smoking, although Permanganate did get the crab into the grinder. So at least been a little bit of chassis damage done to the crab. Ooh, one of the side spikes from Permanganate has come off, and now Giant Enemy Crab is into contact with those front ram plates on it. But Permanganate is still using its superior drive power. One of the drills has now come off of Giant Enemy Crab. Physics is getting a little unhappy, but that might necessitate a restart because that lifted Permanganate off the floor. What do you think, chat? Should we restart that or not? Even though Giant Enemy Crab lost its motor, is that worth restarting? I think it might be. We have now both stalemated to a judge's decision. Should we let that stand or not? Because Giant Enemy Crab wasn't really able to do much with the opportunity. But that physics glitch did change the fight, so keep going, keep going. Not actually sure. Because like in the grand scheme of things, well, I mean, because technically that would have given Giant Enemy Crab more control by getting underneath it, but they both ended up resetting and went to a decision anyway. So I don't really think that changed the fight that much. So, reset. Keep it as a JD. Yeah, I'm thinking because it went to the decision and like Giant Enemy Crab didn't really gain anything out of that. I think we can let that stand. I think we can say that's official. So that's going to be a judge's decision again. Quite a few of those this stream already. It always seems to be when I'm soloing that we have a ton of judge's decisions to get through. If in doubt, reset, says Zester. Yeah, I don't know. Because that went to a decision and it did not greatly affect the outcome of the fight, we're going to let that stand. That's another incredibly borderline one to deal with, though. Yeah, as I said, like, it always seems when I'm on my own, I get a controversial call to make. Yeah. Well, either way, it's going to go to a decision, and the judges will decide who won the fight and if it really affected the fight or not. So, I say that's okay to let stand. So, anyway, we move on to our next match. And it's going to be match 13, unlucky number 13, and it's going to be one of my teams in here somewhere. We're going to have No Beanie Robotics popping up. They're going to be taking on Sinister Creations. So, as the owner of Sinister Creations, I have taken it upon myself to steal the beanie from No Beanie, so that's why they don't have it anymore. Alright. So in the lightweights, No Beanie Robotics has non-binary star. It is a dual front hinge flipper with spike strips. Can be very damaging, has a ring out to its name, can do a lot of power, but has a very exposed chassis. Sinister Creations has Cavity Search, which is a very standard-looking kind of fork-shaped chassis robot with a giant drill stuck on the front of it to search for cavities. What does chat think is going to happen here? Yes, Mott pointing out, fellow British Columbia team, yes. No Beanie Robotics is out of Sherringham Point in British Columbia. Sinister out of Death Valley. Here to cast death on everybody. A lot of people going for non-binary star. Yeah, its ground game seems to be pretty good, but Cavity Search does have the fork wedges that are also chassis wedges, so... Ooh, Amerion is thinking a shutout for Sinister. We'll see if they can do that or not. They meet in the middle, and non-binary star popped up the forks on Cavity Search and did take some chassis hits, but they are now stalemated on the logo. Quick reset, and Cavity Search yet again tilting forward on those hits to get damage onto non-binary, and because they're not quite set up properly here, Cavity Search was able to push it back into the wall and over towards the grinder. Can't really tell if the drill on Cavity Search is into play or not. Had to break a count really quick. Yet again, Cavity Search falling over and doing some damage. Non-binary star did get a hit with its weaponry, but it was into the drill, so... Yeah, Razor pointing out, could be like Stone Up and Acidic Lemon. It's just kind of going back and forth each time they meet up. Interesting that if Cavity Search can line up on the corner of non-binary, it can use those forks to push it around very easily. It's very fascinating. When they meet head-on, they stalemate, but if Cavity Search gets to the side, it can shove the non-binary star around, no problem. Neither weapon doing a whole lot here. Halfway through the fight now. Very slow, methodical fight for both robots. Well, a noteworthy thing here is actually that, actually Cavity Search is underneath non-binary star now, so it's actually doing a ton of grinding damage. But has now gone up the wedge of non-binary star, who has gotten a hit on the chassis. It's a very bad place for Cavity Search to be. Ooh, and it's now gotten Cavity Search flipped onto its back. Cavity Search's wheels do touch the ground, but it's going to have a very hard time getting back up right here. Non-binary shoves it into the wall. Cavity Search might have to break a count here in a second. Not fully fallen over, but yeah, really cannot move when its wheels are off the ground there. Non-binary just moving it as it pleases. 30 seconds left. Is non-binary going to back away from this? Because if it stays here, that's going to be a pin. It looks like it might be. I'm not sure Cavity Search is able to get away from there. It did not. Non-binary star was counted out. Okay. That's bizarre. So Cavity Search was the one that initially had the count on it, and it was just able to break it in time, so when the count popped in on non-binary star, it didn't have the time to break that. So, like, non-binary star, was it impeded? Why does this always happen to me? Non-binary star made an attempt to move and still counted out, except if Cavity Search wasn't on its wedge, it could have moved through that and done it too, so... Yeah, Burnout hosting curse. This is getting awful. Why does this always happen to me, man? Because what happened there is Cavity Search was getting counted out, and it was just able to break the count, and because non-binary star was sitting there, it had a count on it, and it didn't have enough time to back out of that count before Cavity Search got away, so... Yeah, of course, like, I'm surprised it took this specific quirk this long to show up, so... Because non-binary star had the space to back out of there, and it did not do so in time, I believe that result is going to be official. So that is a TKO for Cavity Search through very odd circumstances. What, 14 seconds left? So that's what, 166? Ugh, what a weird way to start this match. Alright, so... I'd say that should be classified as the same as a pin, but I don't know. Yeah, that's another one that's completely up in the air. Like, that's what I was thinking, it's a pin, but, like, non-binary wasn't pinned there. It could have backed out of account, but it didn't in time, so... Alright, you know what? Let's just erase that fight from our memory and go to the middleweights, shall we? See if they provide anything more fun. Yeah, this is definitely something to address in the rules at some point. Like, I mean, it's the only time we've seen this happen, but, like, there's not much we can do to prevent that from happening. It just happens sometimes, so... Well, let's move to the middleweights. Now, Beanie Robotics has remote control. It has 4 piston spikes in the middle on iron spikes, shoots out very quickly, highest DPS out of any middleweight by a mile. Does a ton of damage, even if it doesn't run all the time. Sinister Creations gives us Cycloid, which is a dual side axe, very similar to the lightweight ones from earlier. However, it has 2 ram plates for protection on the top and 2 spikes in the middle for frontal protection. So, predictions, chat. What do you think? I've seen quite a few people going for Cycloid right now. Yeah, that match result was just a quirk of RA2 being itself. Like, it's hard to have, like, specific rules and procedures in stone for stuff like that. So, that's definitely something we can put in there. Like, if this happen, like, if the robot's waiting for something to get counted out, and then it doesn't back away in time and gets counted out, then we can decide whether it's a restart or it's official. So, just, I hate judgment calls. Cycloid got wrecked by explicit equations. This could possibly be a repeat. Yeah, Cycloid's not a fan of piston pokers, but I don't know if remote control has a reach, and remote control is all chassis, so let's find out what happens. They both meet in the middle immediately. Remote control's taking a ton of damage to the front, but so is Cycloid, although Cycloid's kind of to the side of it. That was a bit of a physicsy collision. I'm going to double check that one while they're sitting on each other. Yeah, that was a bit physicsy, but they didn't really gain anything out of that, so I'm going to let it stand for right now. Ooh, control board hits for remote control. Oh, it looks like it got KO'd. Cycloid was able to get the KO despite losing one of its axes there. Reset, reset. Everyone in chat seems to say that influenced the outcome. I mean, it did flip Cycloid over, so I'll watch it back again. Because my only thought is, even though Cycloid was stuck upside down on top of it, like, neither robot really got anything. Like, they didn't really gain or lose anything there. But I'm going to double check it just to be sure. That's what we have here. Yeah, okay, so remote control did get a hip when it was flipping there, so... Yeah, of the opinion that flips are an instant restart. So, I do believe that did change the fight, so I will say that would be a reset, so... These are so annoying to call. But always, we usually, if in doubt, try to reset, so we shall reset. Cycloid doing a ton of damage to the front of remote control again, but remote control is getting to the chassis of Cycloid. Already taken off the right side, or left side axe of Cycloid, but Cycloid is now to the side and is caving in the side of remote control. Oh no. Remote control does not quite have the reach to get to Cycloid's wheel, but Cycloid still has those front spikes and the side axe to get to the left side corner. Ooh, they hit again there. Remote control is on control board, hits again. I think that was another physicsy issue. Yes, it was. That led to remote control being stuck on top of Cycloids, so... I'm thinking that's another reset. Oh, it's so annoying when spikes get jammed into each other. Okay. Let's see if we can get a clear, concise decision this time, shall we? See if they behave. Another massive impact. Cycloid is fully to the side of remote control this time. Absolutely caving in that left side corner. But they've now reset and... Ooh, remote control got some hits to the wheel. That was definitely physics that time. Hilarious. That is another restart. That is now 3 restarts already in this match. This is killing me. Ooh, remote control immediately shoves Cycloid back into the wall and is getting past the spike on it and has taken off the wheel of Cycloid. And Cycloid's not really able to turn from that position. But has now gotten to the side of remote control and is getting some hits on the side. Remote control no longer has anything to hit on that side, so... Cycloid is definitely caving in the right side of remote control, but it is now onto control board hits from remote control. One of them had to break a count there, although Cycloid can hardly move, and it has taken a KO shot to the back. 47-second knockout for remote control. Decisive finish to that fight right there. Finally, a clear result. Most clarity we can get. Alright, so that is No Beanie Robotics up 3 points to 2 over Sinister Creations. And we now have to move to the heavyweights for a multi-bot matchup. Tell a lie. So I just saw Blacksbird pop in here saying the game hasn't crashed yet. Well, you got your wish, partner. Thank you once again to our patrons for supporting the stream and the channel. It is greatly appreciated. You are literally helping us do what we do here. Love providing some virtual robot combat when a lot of the big IRL stuff is not happening. Anyway, we need to move on to a weird matchup. Anyway, heavyweight time. RA2 really doesn't like you this week, does it? Yeah, this game really doesn't want me to solo this. It wants Mike to be here. Yikes. Alright, so heavyweights. No Beanie Robotics has the multi-bot, Phobos and Deimos. Phobos is a dual rear hinge flipper with spikes in the side. Has a pontoon wedges similar to Cavi Surge, but much longer. Deimos is a full body, kind of a full body overhead tri-bar spinner with axes on the side. Tends to do a bit of friendly fire to Phobos, though, so we'll see what happens there. Sinister Creations has Omnipresence, which is a sit-and-spin flail thwackbot. Has 4 flails on the side and lots of ramming spikes for if the flails come off. It's also named after a song from the band that I'm repping today, Beyond Creation. So what does chat think? We won every time and lose the one time physics does not interfere. Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. Like, there's not much that can be done about that. Everybody going for Omnipresence here. Yeah, multibots don't like sit and spinners, so... I mean, they could pull something out depending on what happens, so... Let's see if they can repel Omnipresence for a bit. Omnipresence going after Deimos, but it is now quickly up to speed and threw Deimos into Phobos and flipped Phobos over. Although Phobos has self-righted, but it is taking huge hits to those pontoons. Omnipresence has already lost at least 1 flail. Another flail, I believe, although that was one of Deimos' spike clubs. Phobos has been KO'd now, and it's just Deimos remaining. Deimos has lost all of its spinning weaponry. And it has been KO'd in 32 seconds. So because both multibots were KO'd, that is the full 3 points for Omnipresence. Yeah, multibots can cause a lot of chaos, but when they face a robot that's all weapons, just spinning, that's how it goes. Right. And that is a retaliatory 3 points from Sinister Creations. Now a 5-3 match. It's all coming down to the super heavies here. No Beanie's gonna need a KO to win. Sinister just has to live. However, that's easier said than done for both robots. SNS bots very heavily negate one of the major advantages of multibots. Yes, because it's all weapon spinning at once, so. So, super heavyweights. No Beanie Robotics has Ace of Spades, which has 8 swinging axe, war pick axes. 4 from the side, 4 overhead, and it has some front protection and wedging. Absolutely terrifying when it gets something in its jaws. However, it has so much power that it can flip itself over. So this could be a bit of an issue for them, especially since they're facing Eldritch Horror, which is one of our 3 weapon type robots. It has 2 rear hinge axes, 4 side hinge axes, and 4 front hinge axes. Probably plays a pretty good ground game, however it's all chassis, so if it gets in the maw of Ace of Spades, it's gonna have a bad time. So what does chat think? I see Tara's returned. Eldritch probably, but you want Ace to kill it. Yeah, I mean, Ace, as destructive as Ace is, it's had a couple of losses just because it's so uncontrolled, so. Seems kind of split between the two, so. Let's see if No Beanie is able to get a KO and possibly win the match here. Or Sinister gonna put an emphasis on the end of this. Ooh, Eldritch immediately met up in the center. Ooh, a huge hit from Ace of Spades because Eldritch mistimed its rear hinge flippers, already onto control board hits, and Ace has killed it in 10 seconds. That is a dramatic way to come back from being down a point for No Beanie. Eldritch wasn't able to use its weaponry to get underneath, and it got punished as a result. Right, so, yeah, 10 seconds, 3,400 damage, yeah, that's what happened. So, that is a win for No Beanie. They have won 6-5 over Sinister Creations. Well, I feel like it's only appropriate if I give the Beanie back. Here you go. You've earned it. Sorry, Ashlyn. Alright. That looked like it hurt. Yeah, that did kind of hurt. But, you know, that's what happens when you're all chassis, am I right? Alright. We are on to our 14th match of the stream. It's going to be the Egyptian Legends taking on the Lads. R-A-2-C gang. Yeah, Eldritch Horror definitely hesitated there. It kind of mistimed one of the flippers and got up the wedges of Ace, so I didn't have a very good time there. Wearing a winter cap in the middle of summer. Shush, I did it for the bit, okay? I've only had it on for like 2 hours. Alright. The Egyptian Legends enter the lightweights with definitely not tut-tut. It is a pyramid-shaped axe with 2 kind of a war pick style iron spikes on the front. It can do a lot of damage when it stays upright, but if it falls over, it's going to have a bad time. And it looks like Tut-Tut from Robot Wars Extreme Warriors. The Lads have 1 o'clock, which is kind of an undercutting horizontal spinner with razor tips on the end. Can be very destructive when it's not getting bullied. 1 o'clock's had a very bad season. Been wrung out twice, had its motor snapped off on the first hit like twice. Like, it can have a very bad time, but it can also do a lot of damage too. Like it defeated Chloe with like one of the highest DPSs in a fight like ever. So Definitely not Tut Tut to snipe the weapon. Yeah, it's very possible. It depends on how it reaches, but especially with the size of Tut Tut, 1 o'clock might just go right up the side of it and just damage it and get the wheel or something. So let's see if definitely not Tut Tut lives up to your expectations, chat. Ooh, instead of going for the motor, it immediately went for the chassis of 1 o'clock on a massive hit on it. But with mistiming its axe, 1 o'clock was able to get underneath and do some side damage, carving up the side of definitely not Tut Tut, and it has now gotten the spinner jammed in its axe. I didn't know entanglement devices were in here. Huh. So this is a dramatic turn for definitely not Tut Tut here, because 1 o'clock is completely off the ground and useless right now, but definitely not Tut Tut doesn't really have the drive power to move him around a whole lot, so... 1 o'clock's kind of able to move here. Are they going to try to break this at all? Ah, they were able to. Thank you. Ooh, control board hits on definitely not Tut Tut, and that was a KO. Wow. It got all the KO shots at once. Okay. That was a 55-second knockout for 1 o'clock. A little delayed after definitely not Tut Tut jammed the weapon up, but 1 o'clock was very upset about getting its tri-bar stuck, so... That was a quick 3 points to the lads. Ah, yes, Tar. It's a microwave without the rotation tray. Yes. But the Legends now find themselves down. 3 points. How are these teams looking anyway? So Egypt is currently 5th in Division 3 with 25 points, and the lads are 6th in Division 4 with also 25 points. This is actually a pretty even matchup here. Okay. Lads hopefully are going to go back to their expectations of being a good team, because we were expecting them to be at the top of the league, and they're in 6th right now. So, all right, middleweights. The Legends have Thoth's Wisdom. It is a very different kind of rammer. It's an H shape with kind of a forky iron spikes on the side to try to block stuff. It's a very unique ramming shape. It can make things very odd, very interesting geometry to try to get through. The lads have Shock Therapy, which is a triple piston poker with razor tips on the front and bottom, and it has swords going out the side. What do we think here, chat? This could be very interesting, actually. Nice. Shock Therapy to get a win for once. Yeah, Shock Therapy's been a feast or famine here. Either gets KO'd in convincing fashion or KO stuff very quickly. Chat seems relatively split, so let's see if the Legends can get any points here. Try to even the match, maybe. Ooh, Shock Therapy immediately going in there, but those razor tips are going right in. Oh, it is hitting the chassis a little bit, but the middle spikes on Thoth's Wisdom have broken the top piston off of Shock Therapy. It's now pretty much just the swords remaining, although those swords are doing a lot of damage to the pontoon sides of Thoth's Wisdom. Although Thoth's spikes are getting into the front of Shock Therapy, so they're actually pretty even on damage so far. Both robots losing their weaponry quite a bit. Thoth is now on control board hits, and that is it. A 36-second knockout for Shock Therapy. That was actually very close. If those swords came off of Shock Therapy, that was it. Ooh, 5,800 damage points in 30 seconds. My goodness. It's actually very damaging for a middleweight fight right there. Alright, well, the lads now have 6 points. They cannot lose this match, so the Legends are going to need 2 KOs to at least tie. That could be a bit of a tall order here. Yeah, hey, the lads might finally move up the standings. Yeah, they've got 6 points at least, and where were they? They were tied with Team Permanganate and 2 behind the Circus, so both of them kind of had good weeks, so they might jump up a position or 2. Actually, how much did those teams get? Yeah, the Circus got 8 points, and Permanganate only got 3, maybe 4, so I think the lads will jump up at least 1 spot, even with just the 6 points here. Heavyweight time. The Legends have the Nile King. It is a triple rear hinge flipper with 2 sets of spike strips on each flipping segment. Was undefeated up until last week, where it lost to Multibot. It can be a pretty efficient flipper and can do a lot of damage. The lads have Teme, which is also a rear hinge flipper, but it has 2 flipping panels. It has spike strips on the arms. Doesn't quite do it doesn't do damage with the flips. It does damage with robots falling on top of the armor on top of Teme. So, what are we thinking here, chat? Tara pointing out, as always, it's a toss-up. Flipper fights are always a toss-up, silly. Quite a few people going for Nile King here. Yeah. I'd say Nile King probably has the weapon advantage, but it's all about the ground game here. Yeah, Teme has been sneaky good, actually. Not really getting the, high scoring fights, but it's still winning a lot, so. But very consistent for the lads so far. You can see the size difference between the two. Teme won the ground game, has put Nile King up and over at least once, but they're kind of almost stalemating with the wedges a little bit. Kind of trading lifts back and forth. Nile King has now been flipped over towards the grinder. Was able to just get away from it. Nile King is now flipped back over and is now to the side of Teme and flipped it over. Teme now made its way to the grinder, but a very well-timed flip from Teme has put Nile King over to the grinder. Is Teme just going to leave it there, though? Because Teme is making it hard for Nile King to self-right right now. No, it's going in for more. Got Nile King back up to the grinder again, but Teme is under the grinder to a degree. I'm not sure if it's able to escape, actually. Oh, interesting. The horn on Teme is preventing Nile King from getting down. Oh, no. Nile King is now wedged on the grinder by its rear plow, and it's going to get TKO'd. Unfortunate. That is a 75-second TKO for Teme. Using its flipper effectively to just put Nile King by the grinder and let that do all the damage. Doesn't need to be fancy. So that is a match win for the lads. They have at least 8 points, and the Egyptian Legends can get no more than 3 here. So, we move on to the Super Heavyweights to conclude. Yes, the King has been dethroned. Yeah, it was kind of hard to watch, Ghost. Yeah, that's what happens when you just get put over to the grinder. It happens sometimes. Yeah, Teme is sneaky good. What's this win total right now? Yeah, Tuca's 4-2 right now, and they've all been, fairly standard wins for the most part, so it's getting stuff done, but, Anyway, Super Heavyweights. The Legends come in with Anubis, which is kind of a dual horizontal and vertical spinner on each side, kind of angled spinners. One on the front, one on the back. The one on the back has less weapon power than the one on the front. Very well defended all the way around, though. The lads have Rhino, which has 2 very long wedgelets and 2 very long axes that just come all the way around and reach over your armor to kill you. It kills stuff very quickly. I think it's won 3 fights so far, and the combined time for those was 30 seconds. So, if it's able to hit you, it does a lot of damage, but that's if it's able to get under stuff, so. Rhino to gore Anubis. Yes, Rhino's about to gore stuff around here. Yeah, Anubis probably won't be KO'd in 20 seconds. It might take a little time, but, we'll see. A couple people are going for Anubis. I think this is actually a little bit more of an even matchup than we're thinking. Yeah, Sivo mentioning weapon on weapon, so let's see if Anubis has what it takes to get some points here. Salvage a really rough match for the Legends. Rhino slid right underneath the front of it, and it's able to take off the front spinner on Anubis, and it's just caving in the top chassis, just holding Anubis at bay. Just going one axe at a time to get those control board hits. Had to back away to break the pin. Is Anubis going to break the pin? Anubis, what are you doing, bud? Huh. So Anubis just drove backwards and didn't break the count. So that's a 25-second TKO for Rhino. Well, that's weird. Rhino was completely on the other side of the box and was not inhibiting it in the slightest. It was just, I don't know why Anubis just drove backwards like that. Okay. Huh. I'm actually going to double check really quick to make sure Anubis was not stuck under the grinder. Also, apparently Anubis went to space here at some point, so that's fun. It might have just been stuck under the grinder. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, I see what happened now. Anubis's axe from its spinner got caught under it, so it couldn't drive away because the axe was getting caught under the grinder. That's unfortunate. Well, so that's going to be a shutout for the lads. They have, what is that, a 10-0 shutout, so lads are definitely making up some ground in their division. Now we move to match 15, when reality is about to break. Everything's about to get super weird because it's time for the Spiderwolves. They're going to be taking on Powerhouse Robotics. Yet another one of our patron teams. Liam pointing out the lads are now tied with the C4 Circus on 36 points. See? Lads getting that big win time to C4 Circus now. Division 4 definitely having some movement, it looks like. So, lightweight time. The Spiderwolves have Kevin. It's a sit and spinner with an asymmetrical drive system and 3 damaging components, and it's very top heavy and kind of wonky, but it's gotten 3 straight wins and knocked stuff out, and is one of the higher damaging lightweights. I don't get it either. It's weird. Powerhouse Robotics has Impact V6. It is a 4-wheel drive rammer with 2 little razor tips on the side, on the front there. Can really come in and get hits here, and because of the wedge, I think it could unbalance Kevin quite a lot. But it only has plastic armor, so it's going to take a lot of big hits. So, what are we thinking, chat? I see a lot of people going for Kevin. Everybody loves Kevin for some reason. I don't know why you'd like a soulless horror lad, but you know, it's fine. I guess Razor, not Rolf, not Naz, or Ed and Eddie, it's just Kevin. And we just need Kevin to have an audio track of just being like, dork! I KO'd you, dork! Well, let's see if Kevin can KO Impact, or if Impact can pull out something here. Huge ram immediately from Impact, shoves Kevin back, and has gotten it somewhat unbalanced. Kevin was able to briefly get away. It's gotten a couple hits to the side of Impact, but Impact is staying on it diligently. It's lost one of its spikes now, shoving Kevin back to the wall. A couple more hits to the right side of Impact. Ooh, another big ram, but Kevin is still upright. Impact's going to try to get Kevin over to the grinder, but Kevin's going to spin away. Impact's doing a good job of keeping Kevin stopped against the wall, but Kevin is now up to speed a little bit and is definitely caving in the front end of Impact. And there goes the last spike on Impact, so it is now just a wedge. Control board hits now, but Kevin is somewhat unstable. Could Impact pull it out? It's wearing Kevin as a hat now. Ooh, and there is the KO shot. 76 seconds. It took Kevin a little bit, but he got there. Really had to fight against Impact's drive power to not fall over there. that is a quick 3-point lead to the Spiderwolves. It's a shame Rookie's not in chat right now. She'd be losing her mind over this. Now it's time for the middleweights. Yes, Kevin continues to surprise. Yeah, I mean, Kevin definitely had the weapon power there with Impact's weaker armor, but Impact was almost flipping it over quite a few times there, so that was close. Middleweight time. The Spiderwolves have Sheriff's Secret Police. It is a piston poker with kind of a battering ram of axe heads. 4-wheel drive at an angle because it's a triangle, and triangles are awesome. Powerhouse has Side Strike, which is a dual side axe robot with a nice plow in the front to withstand frontal impacts. It's been very efficient so far. KO stuff very quickly with its very long reach going around. What does chat think's going to happen here? A robot designed to withstand blows to the front with a robot that only knows how to go forward. Thank you, Hiccups. Love it. Thank you, Tamarva. Side Strike to shoot the sheriff, but not the deputy. Fantastic reference. A lot of people seem to be going for Side Strike here. Let's see if Powerhouse can jump back and get some points here against the last place Spiderwolves. Sheriff Secret Police going right at that plow on Side Strike. Side Strike is hitting the sides of the battering ram, but was not able to take it off just yet. The plow on Side Strike is gone, and one of the side axes, both of the side axes on Side Strike are now gone. Sheriff Secret Police just sitting there letting the weapon do the work. Very slowly pushing Side Strike back. Sheriff Secret Police doing a ton of damage, caving in the front of Side Strike, and has KO'd it up against the wall in 34 seconds. That was a very clean win for the Secret Police of the Sheriff. Side Strike had the good strategy, trying to reach around, get the extenders of the piston, but was not able to get there in the end. Yes, Liam, why did nobody tell you that Sheriff Secret Police was a piston? Yeah, pistons, side axes don't like pistons. So that is a 6-0 lead for the Spiderwolves, who can no longer lose. Well, now. I was saying things are going to be weird, but like, the Spiderwolves winning a match? Anyway, we're on to the heavyweights. See if Powerhouse can stop the Spiderwolves from running wild. Guys, don't tell me the Spiderwolves are going to push the Hellrazers to the bottom. Well, the Perth Hellrazers got 3 points in their match, and Spiderwolves are at 6, and Night Vale was 3 points behind them. So right now the Spiderwolves and Hellrazers are tied. So, right. Heavyweight time. Spiderwolves have Koshek in the heavyweights. It has two kind of cat paw side axes on the side, and cat paws going over the top. Can do a lot of damage to stuff in the middle of it, but it's pretty slow and doesn't have the most battery power. Can take a bit of time. Not much of a ground game either. Powerhouse has Death Grip, which is two kind of overhead axes to a degree. It's the IRL version's a little bit more of a control bot, but this one can get stuff on the wedge and just clamp down on them and do a ton of damage. What does chat think is going to happen here? Chat seems kind of split right now. Liam, Powerhouse losing is not that weird. Well, I mean, Powerhouse is built more off aesthetics. Like, Liam made the Powerhouse robot specifically off of his IRL ant weight and beta weight robots. So, like, they look absolutely fantastic. They're just not, they're optimized for aesthetics, not competitiveness. So, a little bit more of a novelty team, but still really cool to have them here. And they've won a couple of good fights too, so. Yeah, chat's pretty split between these two, so let's see if Death Grip can get Powerhouse back in this match with a KO. It's possible. Ooh, Koshek immediately got a massive hit on the top and side of Side Strike, or Death Grip. Death Grip's really going in at the front of Koshek, but it's taking a ton of chassis hits in the process. Control board hits now on Death Grip, and Koshek's gotten a 15-second KO over Death Grip. Well, okay then. That's not how I expected that to go. I expected Death Grip to be able to move Koshek around a little bit more, but unfortunately pinning it to the wall was the wrong strategy. So we're saying, you know, Powerhouse losing is not that weird, it seems. Well, the Spiderwolves are on a perfect score watch. The Spiderwolves. Okay, that's a thing. I mean, I understand that, like, Powerhouse is not the most competitive team, obviously, but, like... Huh? Oh, Becky has gotten back just in time. You're on shutout watch, rookie. Why is your team doing good? Well, now, time for the super heavyweights. The Spiderwolves have the almighty Glow Cloud that we must all hail. It is kind of technically a quad saw spinner. It has two high-powered saws in the middle, or in the sides, and there's two saws buried deep within the chassis that don't hit anything and are just there to make fun of you guys. Four-wheel drive, though, and despite not having a wedge, it has a surprisingly good ground game. Really weird. Powerhouse has Karabos, which is a dual rear hinge flipper with very nice fork wedges in there and lots of armor kind of on the side and everything. Can actually be pretty effective, especially facing a more low-powered robot like Cold Cloud. So, Karabos has been a part of some really good fights this season. Had at least one fight of the week already, so... Zester, even my computer can't believe it. It crashed during this match. Oof, that's how you know reality is going to have a problem. KJ's rooting for Glow Cloud. All hail the mighty Glow Cloud. Oh boy, well, let's see if the Spiderwolves can get a perfect shutout. Or if Powerhouse can get some points back here. It's got the robot for the job, it looks like. But Glow Cloud has been surprising. Karabos immediately lifts Glow Cloud up, but both of the flipping arms got caught in the saw blades and have already come off. So even though Karabos now has the ground game and is shoving Glow Cloud back, it's probably taking some damage to the chassis from those horizontal saws. Glow Cloud spinning in place. I didn't know clouds can spin. I should have said that. Karabos is definitely winning the ground game at the moment. Unfortunately, even though Glow Cloud's got a surprisingly good ground game, it has nothing for those wedgelets that Liam has put on Karabos. Very, very efficient. Glow Cloud's doing, looks like a little bit of damage on occasion with its saws, but Karabos is definitely in control of the ground game here. Something came off there, I have no idea what. Glow Cloud's now kind of going back on the offensive. Karabos cares not. Shoves it back into the grinder yet again. That rear plow on Glow Cloud coming in clutch, preventing it from sustaining damage from the grinder. Ooh, and now Karabos has been driven back into the grinder. A very back and forth pushy match here. This is weird. As to be expected from the Spiderwolves, everything here is weird, but... Ooh, something came flying out there. I think that was one of the extenders that was sitting on the floor. Halfway through the fight. Kind of a bit of a match. They're kind of even here because Glow Cloud is unrelenting and is really giving it to Karabos, but Karabos can just slip under and shove it away like it's nothing. Yes, welcome back, Helen. You've missed a reality bending. I've heard of fire bending and water bending, now there's reality bending. That's scary. Been a relatively back and forth pushing matchup, but Caraboss has once again gotten Glow Cloud into the grinder. Only 30 seconds left. It's definitely looking like this is gonna go to the judges. Neither robot's really able to do a whole lot to each other. But Caraboss has definitely been winning the ground game and pushing, but without damaging weaponry, it's not able to do a whole lot. So that is a judge's decision. So the Spiderwolves were not able to get the perfect week, and honestly might not even get a shutout there. Powerhouse definitely has a chance to win that decision, but that's still a massive point score for the Spiderwolves. They have at least 9 points right now. So, where are they sitting right now? So they were 3 points behind the Hellrazers, who they have now overtaken. Rotterdam was 6 points ahead of them. And Rotterdam got 6 points in their match, so I think Nightville actually might have just jumped 2 positions. Golf clap, rookie. I didn't know your robots were that good. Anyway, final match time. We're going to end with Pink Chaos, one of our returning Season 1 teams. They'll be taking on the Wiltshire Magnums, the ice cream team. Spiderwolves up to 6th. Sheesh. I was mentioning last week, like, the Spiderwolves could get a couple more points, and they almost got a shutout this week. That's kind of scary. Alright, well, to kick off our final match of the stream, we have Firestarter for Pink Chaos. It is an asymmetric horizontal spinner, Iron Spike on one end, Sledgehammer Counterweight on the other. Very similar to Ursa Minor, but still slightly different chassis setup. Still doesn't really have a wedge. The Wiltshire Magnums have Acidic Lemon, which is a dual front hinge flipper. Has a pretty steep wedge compared to something like Non-Binary Star, but it can still throw stuff around if it's able to get up on the wedge. I think it's it's been in the arena like the most out of any team. Like all of its fights have been more than like 2 minutes long, so can really last to get for decisions or just whittling down opponents, but who knows. What does chat think? Couple for Firestarter. Quite a few people going for the lemon. Interesting. We'll see if the Acidic Lemon can topple the Firestarter, because Firestarter's good about getting to the side of robots with its spinner. What happened here? Ooh, Firestarter immediately got a massive hit to the side of Acidic Lemon, who has gotten the weapon stopped, but it does not have a shallow enough wedge to go under Firestarter right now. They're kind of just stalemating. This is definitely going to go Firestarter's way, and it's doing a lot of grinding damage to the side of Acidic Lemon. Like I was saying about Acidic Lemon having very drawn-out matches, this is what we're looking at here. Although it's taking a ton of damage from Firestarter right now. Oh, they've broken off again. Another huge hit from Firestarter, but Acidic Lemon has gotten a hit and turned Firestarter over. And it's thrown Firestarter into the grinder, who is on control board hits now. Huge turnaround for this fight for Acidic Lemon. Firestarter is now completely weaponless and is one hit away from getting KO'd. Firestarter just spinning in place, pretending to be a sit and spinner. You're not Kevin, partner, sorry. Acidic Lemon get the final hit. Missed one hit there. Firestarter's now wedged on the wall. Is Acidic Lemon going to put it out of its misery? Firestarter's now down a wheel. And Firestarter is just absolutely pouring white smoke right now. Would not want to have to deal with those battery fires later. Acidic Lemon's having a hard time finishing this match off, though. Only one more hit for the win and for 3 points, and it's not quite able to get under Firestarter for that. Firestarter might not be able to break the TKO count with all the damage it suffered. And it did not. Firestarter got TKO'd. It was not able to break the count. So that's going to be a 125-second TKO for Acidic Lemon. Which, considering Firestarter was one hit away from a KO, that's not great. I mean, it is a win. The Magnums are up 2 points against Pink Chaos, who are pretty impressive this season, but I believe that might be a bit of a missed opportunity for them. Unfortunate. Alright, our final middleweight fight of the stream. Ooh, this could be very fascinating. Yes, acid better than fire. Yes, I'm much more terrified of acid than I am of fire, let me tell you. Well, like, terrifying acid. Like, I know there's acid in, like, beverages and food and stuff, but, like, Anyway. Middleweight action. Pink Chaos has Overthrown, which is a dual front hinge flipper with spike strips. It is absolutely terrifying and can be very good. One of the best lightweights of the, or middleweights of the first season. The Magnums have Mint Chalk Crusher, which is a dual vertical spinning drill spinner. Very large, has lots of ground clearance, but it is one of the most damaging middleweights. I believe it's actually second, just behind Exceptionally Gifted. So, what does chat think here? Do we think Mint Chalk can do the damage despite not having the ground game? Chat seems to be kind of split. A couple people calling for an Uda. Yeah, Overthrown can be pretty efficient with its Udas. Just depends. Mint Chalk is a very large robot, so it could be a little challenging for Overthrown to throw it out. But let's see if Overthrown can live up to your expectations, chat. Overthrown goes right in and was able to get a hit on Mint Chalk, but it's taking a ton of damage to the front wedge. Mint Chalk is still able to get a ton of damage down with those with the drills. It's taken one of the spike strips off of Overthrown and taken a wheel off in the grinder. Okay. Overthrown not controlling this match like everyone thought it would. I believe there's a count and a bit of a pin situation going on. Can Overthrown break it? Overthrown was able to break the count. Mint Chalk is still staying on it. Overthrown's about to have negative ground clearance with how caved in that wedge is. It just now lost its remaining flipper, so Overthrown is weaponless against the terrifying drill spinner that is the Mint Chalk Crusher. Going in at the wheel guards, trying to pad those totals. Control board hits on Overthrown. And that is a knockout. 56 seconds for the Crusher. Overthrown has been overthrown by ice cream. Oh no. Consecutive weeks that Overthrown has been KO. That is very unfortunate. Well then. The Magnums are now out 5-0 after a very surprising KO there. Now, oh. We have a multi-bot fight to end the stream. Love to see that. What an interesting matchup this could be. When Chalk is Drillzilla rebranded, yes. Don't mess with the Magnums on National Ice Cream Day, yes. Apparently, according to chat, it is National Ice Cream Day in the United States, and the ice cream team has already won 2 fights. Very impressive. Alright. So in the heavyweights, Pink Chaos has Second Amendment, which is a 4-wheel drive rammer, has some downwards pointed iron spikes, a couple of pole spikes, and of course the bare arms, because we had to do it. Can be pretty efficient. It's a combination of very good at drawing out fights and very good about getting KOs when it needs it. So, very well balanced robot. The Ultra Magnums have Banana Splitter and Cherry and Creamer. Banana Splitter is the triple overhead axe wedge robot, the main bot, of course. Can be pretty efficient both as an axe and a wedge. It's pushed a lot of decisions just by being a wedge. Cherry and Creamer is the mini bot that just runs into stuff and does front flips and is hilarious to watch. So, what are we thinking here, chat? Seeing a couple, it's a little bit split. Steve-O, Any Given Sunday. Funny. Talking about ice cream sundaes on a Sunday. Sludgefest for the funny, says Cora. Yeah, I mean, Second Amendment could very easily go over Banana Splitter, but I think those axes might prevent it from so. We'll see. Let's also see if Pink Chaos can maybe get some more points here, because they're in second place in Division 4 behind the Moscow Mantines by 6 points, and they don't have a lot of points to show this week. So, can Pink Chaos try to get at least a little bit closer to the Mantines? Ooh, Second Amendment's being a jerk and going after the mini-bot first. But that's allowed Banana Splitter to get around behind it, and is now taking a shot to the wheel as a result. Ooh, Second Amendment was able to take off one of the axes on Banana Splitter. Very patient with its rams, not trying to throw itself out of the arena here. Ooh, now both of the axes are off of Banana Splitter, so it's just a wedge, but Second Amendment has no ground game for that. And it's caught on the front of Cherry and Creamer at the moment. Another huge ram to Banana Splitter. Those downwards facing spikes on Second Amendment are helping it with the ground game, although it just threw itself into the grinder and lost a rear wheel. That's going to severely hamper its ramming ability because now it's unbalanced drive power. Still able to throw itself around though. Ooh, Second Amendment got a control board hit on Cherry and Creamer just by turning. That was interesting. Minibot's got to be careful here. Another control board hit to the Minibot. Banana Splitter's doing a good job of corralling Second Amendment, trying to push it over towards the grinder. Ooh, Second Amendment has taken out Cherry and Creamer, the mini-bot. Saw an opportunity, it took it, so now it's just Banana Splitter left, but Banana Splitter has the wedge in comparison. Very back and forth fight so far. Ooh, but now Banana Splitter's on control board hits, and Second Amendment was able to take the KO in 95 seconds. Pink Chaos able to at least get 3 points back here in this matchup. Only 2 points down now. Only need a little bit more to keep this going. I'm also going to notate that for later. Alright, and we are now on to the final fight of the stream. And this one could actually be relatively close, all things considered. It's a 2-point match, and Pink Chaos needs a KO here to tie, or win, sorry. Let's see here. Yeah, that was a pretty good tussle. I added that to the fight of the week list, because that was honestly a pretty fun to go back and forth fight there. Alright, to end our stream, we have Dysfunctional Stepsister for Pink Chaos. It has 8 rear hinge flipping spikes, has a little bit of wheel guards this time as opposed to last season, and it's been on a tear this season. It started off 5-0, or 4-0. It's been pretty impressive despite taking a loss last week. The Magnums have Ice Cream Sandwicher in the Super Heavyweights. It is our other 3-weapon type robot. It has 2 horizontal spinning side axes to come in from the side, and 2 rear hinge spikes in the middle. It's been surprisingly good, given its kind of lack of weaponry and defenses. So, predictions, chat, what you got? Dysfunctional Stepsister's lactose intolerance is rookie. Yeah, but then how does Dysfunctional Stepsister get so many drinks from Starbucks then, huh? Question that one.
Actually, that's... yeah, whatever. It's fine. I know what I said.
Seems to be a lot of people going for Dysfunctional Stepsister. Stepsister specifically needs a KO here to win the match, so anything less could be a bit of an issue. Let's get this final fight of the stream going. They meet in the middle. Ooh, Dysfunctional Stepsister got a huge toss on Ice Cream Sandwicher immediately and is throwing it back towards a grinder. Got it now propped upright. One of the horizontal spinners has come off to the grinder. Dysfunctional Stepsister not playing around, really controlling this fight already. Big toss again on Ice Cream Sandwicher, which is a massive robot. Probably doing a ton of damage to the underside of Ice Cream Sandwicher, but Ice Cream Sandwicher got a couple of hits in with its remaining horizontal saw, but Stepsister doesn't care. Throwing it around like it's nothing. Just paper in the wind. Huge KO board hit there. Absolutely cinematic toss. And a KO in 42 seconds. The Stepsister pulled out the win. That was a very clutch win for Dysfunctional Stepsister. Very cinematic toss there as well. My goodness. So with that KO, Pink Chaos was able to squeak out a 6-5 win over the Magnums. Acidic Lemon not KOing Firestarter coming in to be a bit of a problem here because now they lost by 1 point. That's very unfortunate. I'm also going to notate that fight in the highlights because that was a very cinematic toss from Dysfunctional Stepsister. Right, but with that, that is the end of Week 6. I'd like to once again thank our Patreon stream sponsors for supporting us. Your support is literally going towards paying the bills and letting us do this, and we cannot appreciate it enough. Also going towards us building our own robots. If you check out the Heavy Metal Robotics Facebook page, you'll see the teaser for our new Beat-A-Weight robot that we're going to be taking to Robo Nerd. It's going to be pretty fun to see. What did everyone think of this week, though? We had some interesting fights in here. I'll take suggestions for Fight of the Week because I only got a handful down because the first half of the stream had some pretty straightforward fights, so... Anyone have any to throw in there? Yes, the UK is very hot. Yes, the Brits have the heat wave going on right now. I feel you. I feel your pain. Like, we had like a solid month over here that was like 90 degrees Fahrenheit or more like every day, and we broke 100 for the first time in like 10 years. So I don't remember what that is in Celtic, but it's still pretty high. Celtic, Celsius, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so if you would like to follow the Robot Rampage League, you can follow us on the Discord server. We have channels to discuss the league itself, to post and discuss several build options if you would like to build for further seasons. We have a social feed channel where the team captains kind of put forth social posts as the team captains, theming the stuff to the team, which is a very fun little option. And we have a fan zone for fan games like Bingo and just some other noteworthy stuff going on for the season. You can also follow us on Twitter at Robot Rampage League. That's where we put up all of the standings, all of the decisions and everything, and put the streams out there so you guys can see them. Read a couple more comments here before we end. Spritz can never get used to any kind of weather. You know, I feel you, KJ. Considering the place where I live, we range from like snow and 30 degrees Fahrenheit to 90 degrees in the summertime. Like, it's so bipolar here. Like, it's literally will change every day to what you get. Real weird stuff. %, humidity over here. Yeah, I think it's gonna rain tomorrow. We might have a tornado outbreak out here soon. I'll have to see. Probably shouldn't look at the table. This point says Razor259. You know, it happens, man. I mean, your team, I think, was also built a little more around aesthetics, and they look fantastic. They're running into some of the better teams, though. So, Right, well, that is going to do it for this week at the Robot Rampage League. Thank you once again for tuning in. It has been a very fun adventure soloing this because all of the bad stuff happens when I'm here. I'm just cursed, apparently. So we will see you next week for more action, and I will leave you with next week's schedule.
Take care, everybody.